Everyone, in the February 18th meeting of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. We're having public hearings on 5 different bills this morning and this afternoon. And we also are going to have an executive session this afternoon from 1 to whenever. So we'll start in just a moment, but first I'd ask you all to rise and join Representative Swanson as he leads us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so it'll be a busy morning, I suspect. And so I think we should get started. So I'm going to open a public hearing on House Bill 692 relative to utility companies adopting advanced meters. And I'm going to call on the prime sponsor of the legislation, Representative McGee, to introduce it to us. Morning, Kat.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of Science, Technology, and Energy. I'm Kat McGee. I represent Hillsborough 35, which is Hollis, New Hampshire. Excuse my voice. I have a little bit of a cold. HB 692 is an extension of prior bills that we've attempted to put in to get a handle on when our technology will be upgraded and advanced enough for us to be able to partake in truly competitive markets. So you'll notice on the first page of the bill, the analysis says that this bill requires the electric distribution utilities under the PUC, which have not yet implemented or are not in the process of implementing interval and advanced meter functionality, to develop a plan to make such metering available to customers on an opt-in basis. The reason it's designed that way is that in the past, we've been made aware of the fact that when all of the meters for any particular utility are replaced at the same time, there's a significant cost to that. And we're not looking to mandate upgrade costs that will impact ratepayer bills. But we know that these advancements are coming, and we don't have a plan currently so that we understand when we will be done with this migration and when we will basically have the functionality that is so needed to create those competitive markets that we keep talking about. So in the first section of the bill on page 1, section 1, findings and purpose, it just talks about allowing the energy markets to be fulfilled in terms of their complexity by providing technologies that will enable the features that are needed for us to reconcile what energy is being used and what value is appropriate for that energy. And the part 2 says, or section 2 says, until the utilities upgrade their infrastructure to enable accurate load settlement practices, we limit meaningful energy planning, stymie lowering cost or cost lowering projects, and prevent accurate valuation of distributed assets that prohibit us from basically demand lowering management. So there are all these functions that we can't get to if the technology is inhibiting our ability to do that. So the idea is that we want some clarity around what capacities folks are going to be able to have and when they will be able to have those. So we're basically asking that if a utility is not in a position at this point to offer advanced metering capabilities, which include interval metering that is commensurate with what the ISO New England requires, or load settlement practices that enable additional features for competitive suppliers, then we're asking them to produce a plan. So the bill asks for, I think, a date of November 2026 to provide a plan to the Public Utilities Commission that will allow us to know what the timeline is for us being able to convert remaining meters. The other thing that this bill does, and I've spoken with Eversource, I provided them with a copy of the bill a couple of months ago, and we've had a conversation in between. there seems to be a little bit of contention between the folks who are really anxious for us to have this capability, which is basically the competitive suppliers, who need this level of granularity in order to function the way they would like to with pricing signals, and the utilities in terms of whether, as the utilities are replacing meters that come up for replacement each year, whether they can replace those meters with advanced meters so they don't have to replace them all at one time. That is their practice generally, especially at Eversource, which is the largest utility provider. They normally replace them all at the same time. But because they are replacing at least a handful of meters in the few thousands, maybe 5,000 or 6,000 a year, this bill asks that they come up with a plan to allow those meters to become advanced meters as we go, and that it would be the option of the individual to opt into having that meter, and they would pay for any difference in the cost of replacing it with an older meter that doesn't have the advanced capabilities. They would pay that difference so that it's not shifted onto other ratepayers. So the bill tries to answer a lot of the gaps in us trying to move towards technologies that would be useful to the competitive market. And I know there are folks who will be able to speak to the specifics on the utilities part, and also from the perspective of the community power aggregators. So I think that's probably all I need to say in introduction of the bill. And if anybody has any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Thank you for that introduction. We appreciate that. And thank you for bringing this bill forward. So I have a question. Shouldn't this be covered by the integrated distribution resource planning that we asked the utilities to do a couple of years ago?
That's a good question, and I don't think we specified that, but certainly I would think as a planner myself, if we were doing integrated planning, that should be a component of it. Maybe the utilities can answer specifically whether there is such a plan already and whether this is a component of it. I don't know. I think passing this bill would ensure that it would be part of the planning, which is what I'm hoping to do.
Okay, further questions for Representative McGee? Representative Harrington.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Just a couple of quick things. You mentioned that this would be done as meters needed to replace. So we're looking at a very small amount of meters, because some people that will get replacement meters will say, I don't want to pay extra for an interval meter because I don't even know what it does. So we're looking at how many years before you would see a significant impact on the amount of meters out there. It sounds like it would take for a very long time.
That's true. I think that that Eversource has a plan to replace all meters with AMI, and we're in a queue because they service other states besides New Hampshire, and I think we're the last to have the replacement, which is projected in about 5 years. So Connecticut and Massachusetts, I think, are ahead of us for full replacement to get to that better technology. And you're correct that in that interim period, in the interim 5 years, you'd have a handful of meters each year. I guess the idea was, at the way the plan works now, is those meters would not be replaced with smarter meters, I guess is the quick way to, an AMI meter. They're not planned to be replaced with improved meter because the utility doesn't currently have a back end that supports them. They do drive-by meter readings, and they would have to change that practice all at once. My understanding is that if you adopt an AMI meter, you can it can be supported through a Wi-Fi, a cloud-based app in the interim, and the utilities would have to modify in order to accept the data that's being placed in that cloud as the way that they would get information from that meter. So they would have to adopt a new practice, but they wouldn't have to change all of their back end. At least that's my rudimentary understanding, and there are people that can speak to the technology itself.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Now, of course, we're talking about interval meters. But there, I don't see any mention of time of day rates. I mean, if you have an interval meter and it tells you how much power I'm using at 11 o'clock and 11:05 and 11:10 and so forth, if the rate is the same 24/7, of what benefit is that to me?
Yeah, my understanding is it's not. I mean, there are there are already customers in the region on the grid who are doing interval metering, and the whole point is to get us to actual rates and to understand what we have for rates and also be able to leverage those rates in order to create savings. So we've talked about that before, that people plug in at a time when, you know, the rates are lower at home, and they can also place energy back onto the system at a time when you would have, you know, higher demand, which generally drives up the rate in order to sort of lower, you know, the overall
Quick follow-up.
curve.
Follow up.
But it's to be clear, in this bill,
Yep.
that doesn't do any of that.
Nope.
There's no time of rate, no time of day rates. Okay.
Well, having an AMI meter means that you would be capable of doing that, right? You have the capability. And what we don't have right now is the technical capability. And we're trying to see how we can more rapidly move towards having the technical capability to support the kinds of energy transactions that allow us to understand correct price signals and ways to lower demand when we need to. I'm sorry about my voice. Very scratchy.
Representative Berejny has a question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Representative McGee, for taking my question. I thought it was interesting, you said that they could upgrade the AMI meters without any back-end upgrades. It doesn't say that explicitly anywhere in the bill, but I guess the question I would have is on the second page on line 2, it says, with such meters and utilizing subscription-based meter data management system.
Yes.
So somewhere, and then all the way at the end, lines 23 to 25 are saying that anything that isn't covered by the customer opting in is going to be, you know, covered by the rest of the ratepayers. So is that, am I misunderstanding that the bill actually says that there is some back-end upgrading that would need to be done? Or I guess that's my question.
Yeah, I mean, I think what this refers to as any delta that's incurred by the utility, right? So if the utility has to provide access to a subscription service, or if they're acquiring data on the back end through a subscription service in the interim before all of the machines are replaced, which will be, you know, a reasonable cost that they will recover. So at the time that they replace them all, they'll have this large amount to recover. But in the interim, I think what this section 23, line 23 and 24 in section 2 on page 2 is referring to is any prudently incurred cost to implement those advanced meters in the interim. So it would be, again, a small cost because it's a small number of meters, but they might have to use a subscription service themselves in order to be the recipients of data that they might need from those meters in the interim, because it would be not collected through drive-by meter collections. Does that make sense?
Follow up.
Okay, thank you. That sort of explained it a little bit, but my thinking is that by allowing any of the costs to be recovered, and then saying that there has to be a subscription-based data management platform, when you talk to the utilities, did any of them say that if they offer this, it would be them offering the subscription-based meter data? I just can't imagine a utility selling the data or having somebody else manage their own meters. I guess that's the part I'm not really understanding.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, and I think they can answer it better than I can in terms of the details on it. My understanding is that folks who have AMI meters now by choice, or folks who are part of the system with other providers than Eversource, which is, they're the long pole in the tent. They're the last of the utilities that's in line to adopt this technology across all of their customers. So the other folks that are already involved have the option to use their meters with a web-based service subscription, and the subscriptions are inexpensive. So it's not like it's not a huge cost that would be, you wouldn't feel it across 540,000 customers. So especially if it's 5,000 meters a year, right? So it's a very small cost. But I think the bill just tries to be as thorough as possible in explaining how costs would be allocated so that it's fair and that it's in keeping with our existing practices. Does that help?
Representative Bernardi has a question, but before I recognize him, I'd alert anybody who wants to testify on this bill that you need to fill out a pink card and pass it my way. Thank you. Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Chairman. So if I understood what you said, Eversource is the last utility to come into the program of having or establishing a program for these AMI meters. They have a plan to do it in 5 years. Why do we need to put this into a bill if they already have a plan to do it in 5 years?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And it's a good question. It's why would we need to intercede? Well, we know there's a plan, and the plan is basically holding up several other aspects of the competitive market at this point. So I think we would like to understand the plan. We would like to ensure that by November of 2026, there is a plan, and that plan includes what will happen in the interim, so that we are moving forward as quickly as we can, right?
Follow up.
So do we need legislation to do that, or can we just ask Eversource to provide this committee their plan?
Well, their plan is to wait for the 5 years and do it all at once, which is how they normally do their migrations. And so the issue really is, do we see technology and the components of technology, and the meter is a big piece of that, as something that we should have some say over in terms of being able to enable this functionality sooner. We have competitors in our market who are trying to provide supply services that are dependent on technology. And right now our technology is not sufficient. So the question is, what do we do? Do we do anything? And this bill is saying we should try and do something to work to incentivize the utilities to give us a plan that says what's going to happen between now and that 5 years. They don't normally do anything within the 5 years. They want it to be a clean sweep. And my understanding is that the technology allows them to provide smarter meters in the interim as they're replacing meters. And we're just suggesting that that might be a good idea. And if it has to be supported by a non-standard process, but it still can work in order to provide that data now, then we think that we should be moving towards that. So I think it's a question of having the utilities disprove this theory, right? And say, we can't do that. It doesn't work. And I've had the conversation with Mr. Licata that that's not the way they operate. And their current back-end systems aren't going to read these more advanced meters at this point. But my understanding is from the competitive market that there is a capability for them to use a cloud-based service in order to allow both the customer and the utilities access. And privacy concerns are, obviously protected by the service, but this subscription is available so that individual meters could be fed into the utilities data.
Representative La Rochelle has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. If I own an electric car, which is basically a big battery on wheels, and if I could charge my car during periods of low demand and low price, and then turn around and provide electricity to the grid at high demand and high price, would I not benefit and make money, actually? And also, would that not benefit the grid and its customers by doing load leveling, by shaving the peak load to the grid and the customers? Thank you.
You don't have to answer that
No.
because it's not about the bill.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not It's not directly about the bill. It's transactive energy, right? It's another sophisticated energy thing we could be doing if we had better technology. So that's the only way it is related to the bill.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McGee, for bringing this bill. This is kind of related to Representative Harrington's question about time of use. This bill allows the utilities, it seems like, to recoup some of the costs of installing these meters, which would be an incentive to install more of these meters, because that would be an infrastructure cost that they could then, add onto their distribution or transmission costs. So would it not be then in their interests to also provide time of use tariffs fairly soon after they implemented this plan in order to incentivize more people, more customers to have these smart meters?
Well, I don't think I can speak for them. I think that this is that the bill is trying to acknowledge all of the players in the system in terms of trying to advance the idea that the sooner we can adopt the technology, the sooner we will be able to move towards lowering demand and assisting people with figuring out ways to lower their costs, right? They'll have that capability. They'll have granular information about that. But the section that says the commission shall ensure timely cost recovery for utility costs prudently incurred to implement and integrate the advanced meter opt-in option, it's a very, very small part of their costs. And they're already allowed. This is just really re-articulating the language that already exists. I mean, the utilities, whenever they make a prudent investment, they're able to recover that from the ratepayers. So what we're trying to do is really incentivize a conversion to the more sophisticated technology more rapidly because it benefits the entire system.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I want to thank you, Representative, for introducing this legislation. We'll call on next Matt Young from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Good morning, Mr. Young. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. So for the record, my name is Matt Young. I'm an attorney with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this bill, but did have a few concerns just wanted to raise here this morning. So first, the department does understand that it would be very expensive and maybe cumbersome, is an apt word, to implement AMI metering functionality from a data gathering and billing system perspective of the utility. So I think even if those AMI meters were put in, the functionality may not necessarily be there for some time. And then in a similar vein, this bill is introduced, seems to contemplate, I guess, a permissive cost recovery from those customers that opt in. But there was just some concern of cost shifting with the language of this bill. And something for the committee to consider is whether those customers that do opt in should be the ones paying for the upgrades. And then finally, the last thing I just wanted to mention at the outset was, I guess, more of a structural concern with this language was it was the department's understanding that the intent of the legislature with the creation of the department was to have it implements what I guess I'll call the policy implications or policy implementations, excuse me, and then the PUC would then kind of turn those policies into a rate. So something such as this, the I guess policy is sort of directs the commission to direct the utilities to do certain things, and the department feels that might be better suited with the department. And I think to sort of illustrate that example, or to illustrate that is an example of DES, the Department of Environmental Services, permits the alteration of land for utilities, and those rates are then recovered through the PUC in a rate case. The commission does not have any involvement in the alteration of land permits or anything like that. That falls squarely on DES, and then the commission turns that into a rate. So that just sort of illustrates kind of the example that just wanted to kind of put out there for the committee. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. If I understand or understood what you just said, on line 27 of the page 1 of the bill, there is text that says the commission shall direct such utilities to develop a plan. Are you saying that that should be the department that directs the utilities to develop a plan?
Sure, and that could come in the form of, by rule, by order, similar language like that.
Thank you. Further questions for Mr. Young? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here. Can you tell me what the Department of Energy's position on timing of adoption for AMIs or smart meters is?
So there is the integrated resource plan, which is supposed to come out, I believe, 5 years after the bill became effective. The department is setting the schedule for that. And I do believe that that'll come out shortly.
Thank you.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in today. You mentioned that you had, or the department had some concerns about cost shifting. I just wonder if you could just go into a little more detail about what that would entail, because it seems like the bill does include some language for the utilities to recoup the cost of implementing the changeover. So where does the cost shift come in?
Sure. So from the department, thank you for the question. From the department's perspective, the language of the bill does include, I believe it's page 2, line 19 states that the rate design, and skipping ahead, may include provisions for charging the customers requesting such meters. I think that language could be read to be almost permissive in nature, so it wouldn't necessarily have to go just to those opting into the, program, I'll call it. And there could be some concern that individuals not receiving an AMI meter may receive some of the costs.
Thank you. Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, referring to page 1, the bottom on lines 25 through 29. I'm trying to determine exactly what this says, but it seems to be talking about having by November 1st, 2026, interval and advanced metering functionality capable of reporting hourly consumption or exports to the grid of all or most of their distribution customers for use in load settlements. So is this going to be some type of time of use, excuse me, time of use settlement? How do you interpret that? What's the result of that statement?
So I'd probably take that question back and talk to some people at the department on how we would necessarily interpret that. I know that a lot of the load settlement issues and things, time of use, are actually coming up in bills this morning, but are also parts of ongoing dockets as well. And they're just complicated subjects, I guess. So I would have to take that back and see how we would interpret that.
And quick follow-up.
Quick follow-up.
Yeah, I was just looking at the ISO New England report of LMPs, and would you agree that time of use isn't everything that, it's not the panacea that some people say? Because I'm just looking, and the price in the last 12 hours has varied from around $100 a megawatt hour to over 300, back down, back up, back down, back up. So unless someone was sitting there watching it, I'm not sure how much value this would be.
I think I could say there's certainly fluctuations in the market. And how those are captured, I guess, is a question to be decided.
Representative Swanson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. At the outset, you mentioned, first question, you did say that this would be very expensive, right?
That's the department's understanding, yes.
Follow-up.
Follow-up.
The way that I'm gathering this is that it's just asking utilities for a plan about doing something that they would end up doing anyway. So somebody would have to foot the bill ultimately, or these are things that would never be implemented if we didn't have direction to do it. So back to the question is, wouldn't they be doing this anyway and therefore charging customers for it?
I think I would direct that question to the utilities on how they would operate.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, no, you can't ask a question. You submitted the bill. You're not supposed to, sorry. All right, thank you, Mr. Young. We'll move along, and I'll ask the Honorable Clifton Belo to come and talk to us to give the CPCNH perspective on this legislation. Good morning, Mr. Belo. Nice to see you again. Turn on the mic, please.
Sorry. Back in 2005, the Congress passed the Energy Policy Act of 2005, which set forth a number of policies that they asked state legislatures to consider adopting. And one of those was advanced metering functionality and time-based rates. And the PUC undertook an investigation and then an adjudicative proceeding to consider that. At the time, Eversource had old mechanical meters that you had to walk up to read. So they had a large workforce of people who'd go out every month and read the meters essentially manually. The commission concluded at that time that we should move towards AMI. And essentially directed the utilities and the staff to consider in a future proceeding exactly how to do that and when to do that. Around 2014, Eversource decided just to install AMR meters, which is just when you can drive by and collect the data, but it didn't have the advanced functionality of AMI. And so those meters have about a 20-year life, and they're being depreciated over 18 years. In their last docket for a distribution rate case, this was an issue as to whether it had been prudent of them to invest in the AMR instead of the AMI that the commission had said they should consider. And as part of that case, there was a settlement in which Eversource agreed to evaluate this possibility of AMI. And specifically, the settlement called for them to consider doing this both on a full replacement or a partial opt-in meter replacement, and considering using existing telecom networks for opt-in option. And so they did do a feasibility study, but it did not look at the option of doing this incrementally. It just sort of was an all or nothing proposal. And they looked at a couple scenarios. What's the fastest we could do it, and what's a more optimal time frame for doing it? The fastest would have AMI starting this year, basically in terms of planning and completing by 2028. This was sort of suboptimal because they still have a whole bunch of meters that they haven't depreciated that are on their books. So they said an optimized scenario would be to wait until we're reaching the end of the life. So around 2033, in about 8 years is when they'd actually be putting AMI in place. With the intent to replace all these 20-year-old meters by 2034 and a couple of years thereafter. So that's a little bit more than 5 years out. That's more like 7, 8, 9 years out. The cost of that, they estimated up around $400 million. And because the approach they would use is what's called the Itron Gen 5 network, which is a complete build out of a mesh network with a communication system and they started this in Massachusetts, and they're moving across the state and building out this mesh network with replacing all meters and building in a whole new communication system and a whole lot of other investments. That's where it gets to $400 million. In the last distribution rate, the last net metering case in 2016, I intervened on behalf of the city of Lebanon, and we proposed that there would be a pilot of time of use, time varying rates for net metering, that customers could both buy and sell at real-time prices, for instance. And Liberty agreed to collaborate with us on that, and the PUC said, yeah, this would be cool to do this time-based net metering rate, which you both buy and sell at these real-time prices. And so we collaborated with Liberty and we put out a joint request for information to see if there's a way, because they don't have AMI, to put in interval meters at a small volume, like 100 or 200 interval meters. Itron responded and said, yes, we can do that. We have a solution for that, which is a complete software as a service, cloud-based data collection system. It can work with cellular meters, and we can do it incrementally, and it's a subscription. You only have to pay per meter. So we asked, oh, well, how much might this cost? Because we wanted to get an idea of what it would cost to integrate into their existing billing system and subscribe to the software. And they said, well, interesting, you should ask. Normally, we would not give that information out because it's kind of competitively sensitive. But they said the town of Middleborough, Massachusetts, has just recently has selected Itron to convert all their electric and gas meters to AMI, and they posted on their website our complete proposal. So it's publicly available. So I went at the suggestion of the Itron sales representative and downloaded what is marked as a confidential and proprietary document. Eversource is saying it would take hundreds of millions of dollars. This is at the most in the hundreds of thousands, actually tens of thousands. And it shows exactly what the software as a service, which they say is a comprehensive. So the utility doesn't even have to add personnel or make any investment to take advantage of this. There is an integration with billing systems, but they've said they've done that a lot over a lot of systems. And they point out it could take 10 weeks, not years, to implement this solution. The cost for the cloud-based service per meter, $3 a year on a 5-year contract for a fairly small number of meters. So that is what this bill contemplates trying to enable and to seriously consider. I can probably stop there. I would just point out that they do, Eversource does invest in, buy a certain number of new meters every year. In 2023, the test year for their distribution rate case, they bought almost 13,000 meters, 8,000 of which were actually deployed. Otherwise, their study said, they also said about 1% a year, they almost have 600,000 meters. So 6,000 meters a year is what they're purchasing. Purchased today, they have a 20-year life, 18-year depreciation. If they convert in 2033 or 2035, you've still got half the depreciation on that, what was for 2023, a $3.5 million investment. So we potentially end up with millions of dollars in stranded cost when they do finally convert to AMI, say, in the mid-2030s. So this is a way to avoid that potential loss of value. And I believe they actually pointed this out in Massachusetts and said, maybe we should start putting in the kind of meters that will be compatible with what we're planning in the future, instead of buying more legacy meters that are going to be not fully depreciated when we convert over, and we'll have some stranded costs. So that's sort of the motivation here. The idea of doing this incrementally came from the PUC staff out of the grid modernization investigation and said, why not do it this way? And my final point is this set a light bulb off in Liberty's mind, which they said, oh, we could actually do a 3-part time of use rate, which ISO New England actually recommended back in the early 2000s that the state should move towards for their battery pilot. And they now offer it for EV charging and opening it up to some other uses. And they're doing it with these cellular meters that they, at a fairly low cost, integrated into their existing billing system. And in terms, so the Community Power Coalition is very interested in offering our customers these expanded rate options like large commercial users have, because they have interval metering. And when you have interval metering, you can actually settle the load based on the load shape. And so if you help the customer improve their load shape or shave their peak, you can actually realize that value for the customer. And this is what we're trying to bring and expand, and not be in a situation when they get to convert and they say, well, now we have a bunch of replacement meters that we haven't depreciated, so somebody's got to pay for that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Bilo, Representative Berezny.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I don't know very much about these the technologies that are in some of these AMI meters, but you mentioned that Eversource is rolling out meters with a mesh network.
Yes,
And I'm assuming
Massachusetts.
that's not the same thing as a regular cellular meter. And so my question would be, those are different kinds of meters, or at least if they have a plan to roll out mesh network meters and we're saying, go ahead and do cellular meters, then those cellular meters wouldn't work on the mesh network. So
No, the Itron specifically says they have meters that are designed specifically for this purpose, so that you can start with them with more like with a cellular system, and then convert to the mesh network. And they have that option built right into the meter. You can just switch once you deploy your mesh network. You can take the cellular little card out of it if you want to, and have the RF radio frequency one that talks to other meters. They have meters that are designed to be forward compatible to this kind of system that Eversource is going to in Massachusetts.
So just follow up.
Yes, follow up.
So these meters are the meters that they're rolling out in Massachusetts that work like that, or is this a different kind of meter that you're talking about?
No, they're using they're doing the mesh network ones, and they're geographically saturating the conversion because the meters, they rely on the meters talking to each other. Yes. Related to that, though, is the cost question. The cost is not necessarily that high with cellular. We asked in a discovery if they had considered this approach, and they basically said no, because cellular costs more than a mesh network. Well, that would be true for 500,000 meters. But if you're dealing with a few thousand and you're having the customer or their supplier pay for the cellular service, then it can be done at a fairly low cost. And just to illustrate that, the city has over 700 streetlights with a communicating meter. This two-way directional reports every hour the data, and the data service for those per meter are $40 for 10 years. So that's $4 a year for data service, and it includes an extended warranty on the control node itself for that 10-year period.
Okay, thank you. I have a question about the bill itself. On page 2, if you go to lines 4 through 6, I'm curious to know, why does the bill require that the priority for these meters be given to limited producers and customer generators over everyone else? That would seem to favor DERs and aggregators over everybody else. Is that the intent here, or
Well,
what exactly is the purpose of those lines?
The commission in the current net metering proceeding has expressed a strong interest in trying to create time varying options in conjunction with net metering. So that right now net metering basically says all kilowatt hours are equal in value, and that's not really true. There's, the price changes every hour, day ahead, every 5 minutes, real time. And so, part of the issue, that doesn't probably need to be there, but the idea is that these are potentially systems that import and export with customer generators or limited producers. And that seems to be a place, at least from the commission, and I would say also the DOE. The DOE's major recommendation in the current net metering docket was that we need to move to time of use rates, or 3-part time of use rates for net metering, instead of saying all kilowatt hours are equal in value.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions, Representative Harrington.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So let me see if I've got this, just the nutshell version of this. It seems what you're saying is a couple of things. One, we continually replace meters as they need to be replaced because they get old. Two, eventually, in I guess 5 years, we're going to be going to a system that will have advanced metering and time of use metering installed. So starting now, or with the inaction of this bill, we should start replacing meters with the advanced meters, because in 5 years, we're going to have to replace them again if we don't. Is that the nutshell of the bill?
Yes, except I think in their optimal scenario, it's more like 8 years,
Okay.
and there's no commitment to that quite yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Additional questions, Representative Kaplan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Beeler, for coming in. I'm interested in the difference between the cost estimation for the replacement that the utilities came up with in that docket that you mentioned versus the what you're talking about, the cloud-based service and how much that's going to cost. So there seems to be a difference there. And so that brings me to my question about the cost shifting concern that the Department of Energy raised. How would you respond to that cost shifting concern given the lower implementation cost that you're describing?
I mean, to do the mesh network approach, their own estimates, the AMI network and communication, that's like $200 million. The other $200 million is for other IT upgrades and other new systems to take advantage of some of the functionality. None of that really needs to be incurred to do this sort of Itron cloud-based option. There would be a cost to integrate the data into either their customer billing system and load settlement system. But they already have the means to do that with interval data for the large customers. So yeah, there would be a cost there, but Itron, at least in their Middleborough, Mass proposal, says they've done this all over the world. And with this, and they do it particularly for small utilities like municipal utilities or co-op that may only have 5 or 10,000 customers and can't afford to make a big investment. So they say, well, we can do most of that work for you. We can help you integrate it, and we're experienced with that. So let's explore that possibility.
Follow up.
So you mentioned that there might still be a minimal cost shifting. Would you agree that that would be outweighed by the benefit of opening up the market to more competition that this would allow?
I think that's highly likely. And there's going to be, if they keep investing in legacy meters up until the time that they convert, there's also going to be a bunch of cost shifting, probably from them to ratepayers for stuff that's no longer used and useful.
Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here today, Mr. Bielo. By reducing the peak load, I'm going back to a question that was asked earlier on page 2, line 4. By reducing peak load, it'll benefit all consumers. And so putting the availability of time of use meters into the hands of those who can most effectively impact that have a benefit to all consumers?
Well, yes, I think that the idea of having the supplier or the customer pay the incremental costs for the more expensive meter and then pay for the subscription service to support that, the customers or their suppliers only going to want to do that if they think they can produce value, which may be just ways of helping control flexible demand that are automated, like outside of the areas that have gas in New Hampshire, there are a lot of storage hot water heaters, and they store. So there's inexpensive devices that you can use to control them so that they store up heat before the peak late afternoon, early evening hours, and you can help shave the peak that way. And so, and around the world, many use applications have been found, and it's helped support a flexible load market that's able to help shave those high price periods and peaks and produce sort of value for everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, Mr. Bielo, for being here and give the last word on this legislation to Michael Licata of Eversource.
In any of the documents I've had, I'd be happy to share. I just didn't want to burden you with a lot of paper today.
Thank you. We appreciate that offer. Good morning, Mr. Licata.
Good morning. Michael Licata, representing Eversource Energy. Appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. Also appreciate the bill sponsor's intent with this legislation and her focus on progressing technological advances and grid modernization. We've had a number of conversations, and certainly I understand where she's coming from and her goals. However, we are opposed to the legislation before you today. I think there seems to be a little oversimplification of an AMI network and the different components of that and what is required to enable functionality. The meter itself obviously is a very important component, but is just one component of an overall meter system, AMI network system. First, you have the meter. You have a communications network that Mr. Bulow talked about. You then have to have a collection point known as a head end or a meter data management system to collect those large volumes of data. So compared to the system that we have in place today, where you're doing sort of monthly drive-bys, interrogating the meter, downloading the data, here you're talking about a much larger volume of information. And then perhaps most importantly and critically, you then need a customer information system and a billing system that can accept that information, those large volumes of information, interpret it, and actually be able to generate customer bills based upon that. As has been discussed as part of a settlement in our 2019 rate case, Eversource hired a third party, West Monroe, to do what was termed an AMI feasibility study. What it really was is a cost-benefit analysis of the costs of various scenarios of installation of the entire structure that I spoke about and the benefits of it. And what that study found was the planning and timing of this rollout is very, very important. Costs to customers ranged from $473 million to $394 million. Benefits ranged from $364 million to $315 million. So a lot of variability, as you can see, extremely large numbers. This is not inexpensive. And again, one of the reasons for that is Eversource currently in New Hampshire has a number of older legacy systems. They function well. They accurately take customer information. We accurately bill customer information, but virtually all of those systems would require replacement and in the future will require replacement as they reach end of life in order to enable advanced meter functionality. And so that is why you see the large price tag associated with the AMI conversion. So simply having an AMI meter, simply having a cellular network does not enable the current structure that we have, the current billing systems, to accurately generate customer bills. That is just unfortunately an incorrect statement that our current systems could accommodate that. And each utility has their own systems. Each utility is in a different place with conversions. Other utilities have been mentioned here. Some of them have recently gone through customer information and billing system conversions to newer, more current applications. Eversource in New Hampshire simply is not in that place today. And one of the reasons, and this was discussed in our rate case, we did not push ahead is because of the necessity to optimize for the benefit of our customers, to reduce costs, as well as a recognition that customers with very large storms that we've incurred, inflationary pressures are facing significant cost increases through our rate case. So we try to be sensitive to not overloading our customers with costs. I would note Eversource in Connecticut does not have AMI metering. We have submitted plans and information to the their version of the Public Utilities Commission. Those have not been approved. We only within the past year or two got approval in Massachusetts, and that was part, again, as a multi-year conversion, changing out back office systems, changing out billing systems, building out that mesh network. So unfortunately, what the bill would propose on an opt-in basis is it would require the utility to essentially offer meters that would not have really the basic functionality that we need in order to bill our customers accurately. And it certainly would not enable the advanced functionality that AMI meters allow for. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions that I can.
Well, thank you. We appreciate your perspective on the bill. I have one quick question for you. In order to recover costs in a prudent manner, wouldn't it be a utility business decision on how to do this metering to ensure that prudency issues were addressed adequately?
Absolutely. And that is part of the AMI feasibility study that was completed that I mentioned, is to look at what is an optimized scenario to reduce cost. Again, we have a number of systems. We have meters that will be approaching end of life over the next several years. And how do we intelligently replace those systems, deploy newer technology for the benefits of customers, but do it in a way that is low cost? Otherwise, the chair is absolutely correct. We run the risk of essentially being found to have operated imprudently and run the risk of disallowances. There was just one other thing I did want to mention, because it had been discussed, and I apologize I didn't bring up earlier. There's been a lot of conversation about time of use rates, time of day rates, reducing peak usage. I would just inform the committee, Eversource today does offer time of day rates. We offer on-peak and off-peak pricing. Other utilities, some have AMI meters, some have AMR meters, offer similar programs. Some offer, in New Hampshire, some offer on-peak, off-peak, some offer critical peak, mid-peak, and off-peak. So all the utilities, and certainly cannot speak for any of the others, do offer a form of time of day peak reduction pricing that is available to customers today.
I have a follow-up question. We heard it mentioned earlier that stranded costs are a concern about the plan that you have in place currently. Is that a legitimate concern? Are you worried about stranded costs?
Absolutely. I think we're always cognizant of incurring costs that then are no longer in use. And as we develop plans for the deployment of AMI metering in the future, it had been mentioned that in Massachusetts, as we were further along in the back office conversions, we did look at the earlier deployment of some meters as part of the normal replacement process. But again, as we sit here today, we would be deploying meters, given what we have on our back end, that would simply not have functionality. We simply can't, even if it has a cellular communication, our systems can't process that information and render bills.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Licata, for coming in. You mentioned the feasibility study, and that was to replace the entire network. And I'm assuming that also included the billing system.
Yep.
Is it possible that a partial replacement of the metering and it could be accompanied by a partial replacement of a billing system, so that you could then use, so that, you know, these new meters would have some functionality? Is that not possible, to have a partial substitution of your billing system with a cloud-based system?
Unfortunately, it is not. Essentially, we have a billing system. We actually have two billing systems, one for large customers, one for smaller customers. And you can't sort of go halfway. You need a system that works. It works for customers. And so that system would, you can't sort of replace part of it to enable the functionality given the age of it.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get this straight on the meters now. Are you saying that if as part of your routine replacement of meters, if you put in AMI meters under your existing billing system, they wouldn't work? I mean, I know they won't give time of day because we don't have time of day rates, but could it still function as the meter does now and get someone a bill at the end of the month?
My understanding in talking to our back office teams is that the volume of data our current systems could not handle that.
Follow up?
Follow up.
No, I'm not talking about handling the potential output of an AMI meter, but could the AMI meter simply function like the historical meter does now? And, someone drive by the car and do whatever they do and get a reading how many kilowatt hours you used that month and send you a bill. Does it contain that functionality such that it would work in your existing system?
I'll have to check on whether an AMI meter could be programmed to essentially function as an AMR meter.
All right, thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Licata. You mentioned Connecticut. Is Eversource supporting AMI meters in any other place?
So we operate in 3 states, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and in Connecticut. In Massachusetts, as I said, we are in the process of deploying AMI meters. That was part of a multi-year conversion. In Connecticut, we have filed a plan that has not been approved, and so we are not advancing at this time.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So that means that then the back-end systems are either in place or going to be in place in Massachusetts. Why can't that be ported to New Hampshire?
So each state, as it exists now, has its own unique billing system. Ultimately, our longer term goal is to have all 3 states operating on a single system. Obviously, that would have tremendous efficiencies for our staff. But again, it has to be done in a stepped, planned process.
Representative Berejny has a question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So there were 2 different timeframes given. One was 5 years that you guys were going to roll something out. Another one was 7 years. Can you speak to that? And also, a follow-up question to that would be on page 1. Let's see. No, I guess just that question.
Sure. I think the 2 different timeframes are when we would begin some of the back office system conversion replacements, and then when we would actually deploy the meters and be able to utilize that functionality.
Follow up. And I just thought of my second question. My second one was on page 1 on line 25. It says utilities are not in the process of implementing these. Would you guys consider yourselves in the process or not in the process of implementing it? Thank you.
I think that's a fair question. I think we are not currently in the process of implementing. We are certainly planning, exploring, and developing plans, but we are, I think it's fair to say that we're not actively implementing.
Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just my own clarification, you mentioned about the other 2 states that you operate in, but in New Hampshire's case, we had Public Service New Hampshire, and they probably had their own system at the time that it was, the time you took it over. Is that one of the main reasons why we're on a different system than the other states?
That's correct. Each state had its own legacy customer information billing systems. And that's not uncommon that, each utility would sort of have in the past sort of a homegrown system. Now, as technology has advanced, there's sort of third parties that offer these systems. They're kind of standardized. And that's where you've seen a number of utilities in New Hampshire and in other states have gone to these kind of third party platforms, which obviously offer efficiencies, but you're absolutely correct, Vice Chair.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks, Mike, for being here again and answering questions. Earlier, last fall and now this spring, I've built at my house a new detached two-car garage with an apartment over, an ADU, and I just had the new meter installed on that building 2 weeks ago. So I got a new meter, which I've learned through testimony today is, I guess, going to have some stranded costs associated with it when it becomes unusable later on. I just wonder, isn't there the possibility that Eversource, there could be some value in learning by doing, in replacing, say, the 5,000 to 6,000 meters per year that we've heard about, that Eversource buys new meters and installs each year? Couldn't the utility learn by doing, by allowing, supporting installation of advanced metering, and then, learning to support them rather than having to do it on a massive scale in 5 years?
So all of the limitations and challenges that I talked about are real and confront us. That said, I completely agree in the value of learning by doing and creating efficiencies. And so one of the benefits of one of our sister states, sister utilities down in Massachusetts going first, is that we can learn from their experience and try to avoid pitfalls that they've encountered. And, if there are areas that they were able to move faster than they expected, we have the value of that knowledge in terms of when we do implement in New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate your testimony. And seeing that's the last pink card we have on House Bill 692, we'll close the public hearing. And we will immediately open a public hearing on House Bill 755. And I'll call Representative Kat McGee to the front to introduce this legislation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Nice to see you all again for our next round. You'll notice that all of the bills today are similar in that they are being put forth to try and address the competition in the market that we've been trying to enable for quite some time now. So I'll just get started again. I'm Kat McGee, Hillsborough 35, Hollis. On ST&E, we have some things we agree on. We seem to agree on free markets and competition and finding ways to lower costs. In fact, free market competition is the best way to drive costs down. So what is necessary to support a free market? A level playing field, innovative entrepreneurs, and accurate price signals. These are the ingredients that create fertile ground for free markets. Many of our new members may think New Hampshire is not really a leader on energy policy, saying we should cede innovation to other states as though it's a good thing to ignore New Hampshire's innovators and opportunities that we have here in the state to unlock the competition that drives costs down. In fact, New Hampshire was the first in the region to deregulate the utility monopolies in 1996 to enable competitive suppliers to begin building a truly competitive market. It was purposeful. But the coalitions and collaborations needed to get policies passed to get to that competitive market are hard won. We often say that energy is complicated, and it is. We have a harder and harder time explaining what is good about a bill, or good about this bill versus that bill. But we have to try and understand when a bill that appears complex is actually part of a solution for enabling competition and helping to bring costs down. Each year, those entrepreneurs who are often industry experts provide us with ideas for legislation to do what we say we want to do, enable the competitive market to bring costs down. And that is what HB 755 is designed to do. In section 1, the legislative findings and purpose section, it does an excellent job of explaining some of the problems passing this bill would work to resolve. Suppliers who compete with utilities cannot offer their customers accurate value for net metered energy because energy prices change throughout the day. If the actual price of the energy you use is never properly reconciled, somebody is winning and somebody is losing. A level playing field would be if we could use actual time of use rates for actual energy used, so the value earned and the value to the grid is appropriately placed. Section 2, starting on page 2, line 25, modifies a definition for grid modernization. And in section 3, there's a definition for load reducer, which is also added for clarification. Section 4 begins on line 15 and talks about retail market reforms. And that takes up the remainder of the 6 pages of this bill, which I will let the experts behind me speak to in detail. But finally, there's a fiscal note on the bill I wanted to draw your attention to that says that this bill would require upgrades or replacements of some utility systems, including load settlement systems and customer information systems, in order to fulfill the provisions of the bill. The estimated expenditures for these upgrades are deemed to be in the millions of dollars. It doesn't say how many millions, just apparently a lot. These systems upgrades are already being required by Federal Energy Regulatory Commission Order 2222, an order that was passed in 2020 to remove barriers preventing distributed energy resources from competing on a level playing field as participants in the electric grid of the future. So, as you can see from the amount of ground that I've covered talking about this bill, there are a number of impediments that are facing us right now in terms of modernizing our grid and enabling competition in a way that actually benefits the ratepayers of New Hampshire. And there are many different entities at the federal level, at the regional grid level, trying to enable these pieces, and the legislature has a role to play. If our grid requires functionality that our utilities do not yet support, then they need legislation like this to incentivize them to answer the question of when we can expect this hold-up to retail price signaling to be resolved. If grid systems operators are requiring minimum standards for transactions on their systems that support time of use rates and load settlement, then the utilities will be charging ratepayers for those upgrades, whether we pass the bill or not, because they're going to be forced to provide that functionality. This bill helps our statutes reflect where we are at in terms of the energy markets in the state of New Hampshire. The investments to make modern energy markets work are something that we should view as essential to providing a means to spur innovation in the state of New Hampshire and to provide the competition that lowers rates and costs. And that's my testimony. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Representative, for introducing this legislation. Do we have questions? Representative Bernardi has one.
Thank you, Chair. So you said this is going to be extremely costly. I think if you're going to understand the benefits, you have to be able to quantify them. I'd ask you to quantify them rather than just generically say we're going to have, benefits from this against the cost. That's what we have to really assess. So can you provide an adequate cost-benefit assessment of this activity now?
Thank you for the question, Representative Bernardi. The bill itself doesn't entertain to provide a cost-benefit analysis. And what it does, though, is it tries to provide a way forward to enable competitive markets, which is where we believe savings will be, right? If competitors are jockeying for position in a market to provide services that allow people to save money, they're going to be competing with each other, and that competition is going to help drive costs down. We don't currently have a fully competitive market, and that has a lot to do with the fact that we are not enabling that level playing field that allows everybody to see the value of the data, use the data in a way that would be helpful to lowering our demand, And so what we're trying to do is say these things need to be enabled. And the fact is, getting to the point where that functionality is enabled through the utilities is something that we're not the only body that's vectoring towards that, right? The federal government is saying you need to make this competition available, you need to level the playing field, you need to allow people who are trying to create energy close to where it's being used to get on the grid and help support creating greater grid stability, which is another desire that we talk about a lot, and also being able to compete in that energy supply market in a real way. So that's really the point of the bill. And as I said, the costs of that, we can't get away from those costs because at some point we have to do it. What we're saying is it better for us to try and enable that sooner so that we can realize cost savings sooner and know what we're doing rather than just leave it to chance.
Follow up?
So if I understand you correctly, there is no cost benefit analysis now, and you say that you just indicated that what we need is a time-based cost benefit assessment?
No, I think that all of the experts and regulators that manage and maintain our very complex energy systems and grid have already decided, for example, this order under the Trump administration of FERC 2222, it says you need to do this, right? And because it has the benefit of supporting an advanced grid, resiliency and reliability, and also a distributed system. So I think the growing pains that are coming from this are that we have a top-down system that we're trying to force to allow a bottom-up system. And the bottom-up piece is the distributed generators. And they need to be accommodated by the former monopoly system in order to allow for the system to grow in a way that makes sense. We have regulators saying this has to happen, right? And then we have our piece, which is how do we make that happen? And there are people who can speak far more eloquently than I can. I just sort of have a big picture perspective on this. But what this bill is seeking to do is just remove some of the impediments that currently exist in our system that will allow the competition to come. I can't give you a cost-benefit analysis for what competition would do in the system. I only know that competition always does the same thing. If it's enabled on a level playing field, then it will drive the cost down because it will provide better and better products, and people will choose those products, and it will drive the cost down of services. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Okay, Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking on page 3 where it talks, is a definition of a load reducer. And the first one is has a maximum rated export capacity, point of interconnection, less than 5 megawatts. It's not registered as a generator, and it doesn't participate in any other FERC jurisdictional markets. By that, I assume you mean the energy and capacity markets. But what I'm trying to get a handle on this is if there was let's just say a 4 megawatt, a 3 megawatt, a 2 megawatt, another 4 megawatt, whatever, they don't have any obligation to serve, right? They can provide this load reducing service when it benefits them, and when it doesn't benefit them for whatever reason or because they can't do it, they have no obligation like a normal registered generator would to provide power, or someone who's a demand response registered under the capacity market has an obligation to provide that demand response. These load reducers would be great if they work when we need them, but if they're not available, there's no penalty to them. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. That is probably above my pay grade to answer you specifically. I mean, I followed everything you said, but I don't know that I know the answer, so I won't pretend to. I did want to alert folks that on line 8, there is a typo that needs to be corrected. And that is that the term ATRR stands for Alternative Technology Regulation Resource. And my assumption is that if you're operating as a load reducer on the system, that you will be, identified and available and recompensed for the value that you bring to the system. But I don't know the specific answer to your question, so I think somebody behind me can probably answer it better.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McGee, once again for bringing this bill forward.
Sure.
I'm just wondering whether you would agree with me that this sounds kind of like deja vu, this argument about cost-benefit analysis. Didn't we undergo this same debate when we talked about the grid modernization bill that we passed? And secondly, well, no, I'll just leave it at that. Would you agree that the cost-benefit analysis has been set in statute when we passed that grid modernization bill, and this is just trying to cement the market transformation that previous bill envisioned?
Yeah, it's a good point. I think we are continually trying to answer questions that are held up by the fact that we don't have adequate insights and technology available to necessarily drive us to exact answers. So it's a chicken and egg in terms of, do we do something to try and incentivize us to get to that place? Or do we continually hold up in a energy market that's moving forward without us, with advancements that we could be helping to push along? And so the grid modernization piece is just a small piece. The value of distributed energy piece and the net metering piece also all feature into this. How do we integrate new systems in and value them properly and make sure that everybody that's contributing is able to benefit from the value of what they're bringing to this new grid? And at this point, we haven't solved for those things, and we have to be able to see some of these bills for the part that they play in getting us to a level playing field, in including the ingredients, again, that I referred to at the beginning of my testimony, that will actually allow us to have a fertile competitive market, which we don't have right now.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more questions for Representative McGee. Before we move on, then, let's have a little chat about the rest of the morning. It's now 10:25. We need to break at 11:45 in order to have a caucus for the Republican members before lunch. I've got 6 people who want to testify on this bill, and then we have 3 people who want to testify on the next bill. So unless you want to carry these morning public hearings over until the afternoon, then I suggest we accelerate our question and answer period for the people who are testifying on this bill and the next bill. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, next up is Matt Young from the Department of Energy.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Matt Young, I'm an attorney at the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this bill, and I just wanted to raise a couple concerns and I think emphasize a few things. The first is that there's sort of a lot to absorb in this legislation, kind of a lot to take in, and I just wanted to highlight that many of the provisions in this bill and issues are part of several dockets before the PUC right now that the department is a part of. And I just wanted to highlight that there has been quite a bit of time, and I guess with that, a cost associated with participating in those dockets. So if the legislature does, I guess, decide to proceed on this, I would point you to those dockets, and there's reams and reams of information that has been provided by the parties in those dockets. So I would urge you to review that before moving forward. And I think the second sort of similar point is that, and I believe the previous speaker this morning sort of mentioned discovery. So with that, I think what comes with sort of the vetting process of these PUC proceedings is just a thoroughness to those answers. Those answers are answered under pains of penalty and perjury. So they're just sort of a thoroughness and kind of a fact check that goes into that sort of naturally. Next, I just wanted to raise that while this legislation does seem to attempt to address issues that are in those dockets, I guess first, it's not clear that all the parties in those dockets are here today. I'm aware that several of them are, but I think I would just note that some parties may not be as legislatively focused, so there's maybe something to consider as well. And I don't know that the legislation necessarily addresses some of the cost shifting concerns that the department would have with this legislation. It was briefly discussed by the representative earlier, but I think there's still sort of a question of who would bear the burden of those costs. Finally, I think I just wanted to note, having been present for other legislation this session, that there is sort of a conversation, I think, happening around restructuring and moving away, moving towards kind of what's happening there. And there's, I think, several bills kind of go in different directions. So I would just kind of urge the committee to take that into consideration as well, moving forward. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the DOE? Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. With reference to page 3, this starting on line 18, it talks about pursuant to relevant ISO tariffs and goes on, so forth and so on, will take effect on November 1st, 2026. Is there anything in those tariffs that the ISO is putting into effect on November 26th that would require this bill to be passed in order to be in compliance with it?
The department is not aware of any changes of current law that would be required to comply with FERC Order 222.
As implemented by ISO rules?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Schneller.
Brief question. Thank you, Chairman Vos. And thank you, Mr. Young, for taking my question. You mentioned concerns about cost shifting. If you could just flesh that out a little bit, that would be helpful. Thank you.
So I think this legislation deals mostly with the ability of suppliers to offer various net metering programs. And if default service provider or default service customers or customers who aren't part of those supplier programs or customers of those suppliers, if they be if it would be their if it should be their responsibility to pay for those costs, to allow the suppliers to offer the prices that they would like. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Young. I have a problem trying to understand the cost shifting of implementing this legislation as opposed to the lowering of costs to the entire user base that would come with incentivizing distributed generation resources, for example. Can you describe, I mean, there's been discussion here about cost benefit. I mean, the department constantly raises this issue of cost shifting. Has the department done a cost benefit analysis?
So as I mentioned, these are ongoing issues in dockets, and I can't speak to exactly what's gone back and forth in those dockets, but that would be precisely an issue that's discussed in those dockets. I don't have that information in front of me, but those cost benefit analysis conversations are being discussed there.
Follow up.
I'm just, yeah, thank you for your answer. I'm just curious. I mean, you have access to those dockets. Can you not summarize the findings for us here at this public hearing? It seems that that would be helpful.
So the department does have that information. I can't speak to that specifically here today.
But you will attempt to satisfy Representative Kaplan's question?
Sure, I'd be happy to follow up after this hearing.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll move along. And I'll ask Alex O'Mara from Unitil to give us a utility perspective on this legislation. Good morning and welcome back.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. For the record, my name is Alec O'Mara. I am here representing Unitil, and we are in opposition to this bill. We oppose it. First one this session, I believe we have opposed. When I go through my process internally on finding out how we feel about a specific issue, I usually reach out to a variety of different departments within the company, any that might be particularly touched by that particular issue, and I get answers, and that's generally how I sort of start working on how I build out how we're going to talk about a particular issue. With this particular bill, I ran into a bit of a problem because each of the departments I spoke with emphasized a different piece of this particular legislation that they took issue with. Many of those issues have already been discussed today. When I talked to our billing folks, they talked a little bit to me about the costs that would be associated with the integration. I think Eversource talked a little bit about that during the AMI bill, how simply installing AMI and installing the technologies and implementations that would be required to create these load settlement solutions would have great cost. I think that the fiscal note used the term millions. That's an off-the-cuff term. I think that our billing folks generally agreed with. I don't have a precise number, but generally when talking about integration with customer information services, it is a costly endeavor for sure. When I talked to our supply folks, they questioned the premise of how much ultimate savings something like this may ultimately generate for participants regarding load settlement. And it was more of a conceptual conversation, but they acknowledged that folks that are receiving, that have net metering right now are seeing benefits from that program. The costs associated with the integration that would be required for the granular level of information that would be required, would you ultimately see substantial savings? It's a real question that they had. I know that's going to continue to get discussed at the Public Utilities Commission, which, not for nothing, was one of the points that our legal team had, that there was so many pieces of this that are already getting reviewed within the Public Utilities Commission, like the Department of Energy said, that really require that detail. And it's the proper forum for a lot of these conversations because this is a very complicated and very complex concept. And the time and the detail and the care and the vetting that will happen at the Public Utilities Commission is really the appropriate place for a lot of this. And then finally, our regulatory team also acknowledged the cost shifting issue that's already been brought up. We have net metering customers that already benefit from a degree of cost shifting. Opening up another potential front on cost shifting with this particular concept would lead to a host of additional challenges. We recognize that's already a controversial issue within the state in regards to existing net metering. This simply would potentially create another avenue for those types of conversations to occur. In short, Unitil believes in using the distribution system as an enabling platform for innovative technologies. I think we've demonstrated that in a variety of different areas, but on this particular concept, we're not there yet. And that's the message I wanted to convey to you folks today.
Excellent. Thank you. We appreciate the utility perspective, and that gives me an opportunity to ask you a question about one of the issues that has concerned me about this bill. And that is the following. Utilities traditionally recover their costs through energy sales, kilowatt hour sales. So will widespread load reduction, as this bill seeks to make happen, will that impact utility revenue models? And if so, how much?
Well, I don't have a number in terms of what that would be. I think that's part of what would potentially be discussed within the Public Utilities Commission. But I think ultimately what you're getting at is the concept of cost shifting that ultimately gets talked about with these types of issues. If you see a net reduction in one area for one subset of customers, the potential then would exist for those costs that would then need to be recovered across other customers that aren't necessarily seeing that specific savings. When people talk about cost shifting, that's often the concept that they are trying to get at. And that leads to the concern that we see here, where there might be costs associated with this program that would be incurred by all customers, whereas the benefit would be seen by a subsection.
Okay, thank you. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. O'Meara.
Yes,
Good to
sir.
see you. As I understand it, Unitil already offers time of use rates. And if so, why do you need to make changes to the billing system?
Well, we do have time of use rates. The concept here, as I understand it, is above and beyond the current existing time of use rates, and also includes a number of other integration aspects, specifically with the real-time concepts that have also been discussed here. We do have AMI. That AMI was installed in the mid-2000s, so is reaching end of life right now. Anytime we're integrating into our existing customer information systems, there's a ton of I've seen a couple different upgrades to our CIS system over the years, and it's a time-intensive, difficult process that involves making sure that these systems can talk to a variety of other softwares in a really complex way that requires reliability of information.
Okay, additional questions. Representative Harrington.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at page 3 of the bill, and again, it talks about a load reducer, and it says less than 5 megawatts. Well, what we would now call net metering, we only allow a maximum of 1 megawatt, except for municipals. Does this then get around that by simply calling what could now be classified as net meterings load reducers and allow them to go up to almost 5 megawatts?
I'm not entirely sure, to be perfectly honest. I'm not as technically savvy on that particular topic. I can find an answer for you on that one. I can talk with our folks and get back to you.
Follow up?
Follow up.
And my previous question, I don't know if you're able to answer this one, but it appears that these load reducers with a value of, what does it say, export capacity of up to 5 megawatts would have no obligation to provide anything, unlike if they were to be demand response and bid into the wholesale capacity market where they have an obligation to deliver demand response. These resources, at least it appears, would be able to deliver the up to 5 or slightly less than 5 megawatts when the weather was good, when it worked for them, when their equipment was running right. But if something happened, they'd have no penalty or obligation to not to provide that service. Is that correct?
I believe what you're getting at is the concept difference between a net metering customer and a full-on generating facility is kind of where you're driving at. I believe how you're articulating that is correct. I think that the point I'm trying to make here overall, though, is that the concept as a whole, we're just not entirely sure that it's going to create the benefits that are articulated.
Additional questions? Seeing none, we'll move along and call next on Deanna Dennis and Clifton Below from the Community Power Coalition. Good morning again, and welcome.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Vose and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Dina Dennis, Director of Regulatory and Legislative Affairs with the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. And here with me today is
Clifton Below, Chair of the Coalition Board.
Just as a refresher, the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire, or CPCNH, is a community-governed powered supply agency serving 50 community power programs across the state and 200,000 customers. Since we launched service nearly 2 years ago, we've helped customers save more than $20 million on their energy bills. The Community Power Coalition supports House Bill 755, New Hampshire's Energy Forward Act, because it will enable true market competition for innovative services by leveraging local distributed energy in New Hampshire. And by distributed energy, I'm referring to small-scale power generation and energy storage facilities that are under 5 megawatts. Also, demand response, customer-owned generation, electric vehicles, and other customer technologies that can flexibly shift electricity usage to off-peak and lower cost times. Encouraging the cost-effective development of distributed energy will lower our energy costs, increase customer choice and local control, strengthen grid reliability and community resiliency, and move New Hampshire's energy economy forward. The reason that CPCNH is proposing the reforms in this bill to have more explicit requirements for how innovation in the retail market, such as innovative rates and value-added services to customers is permitted, is because right now, and as Representative McGee alluded to, entities like the Community Power Coalition and other competitive suppliers are not able to provide these innovations. It's been the policy of the General Court since 1996 to develop competitive markets that achieve lower costs for electricity customers. Despite this, most residential and small commercial customers today can only choose flat rate commodity service options from community power programs and competitive suppliers. Value-added services such as time-varying rates and programs to enable distributed energy remain unavailable in practice, while utilities alone can offer these innovations. The lack of a market emerging to offer these kind of innovations is largely due to utilities not keeping up to date their software systems, data access, and business processes that are essential to enabling market competition. This limits customer choice and prevents competitive entities from introducing new products and investing private capital to build out distributed energy where it makes financial sense to do so. The Energy Forward Act requires the necessary changes to utility-managed retail market facilities, including data access, metering, billing, transmission pricing, and load settlement systems to enable true market competition. With these improvements, community power and competitive suppliers across the state would be able to offer innovative solutions to customers on a voluntary basis. Without these improvements, the state will continue to rely on state-regulated utility programs for net metering, customer DER, or distributed energy programs, and utility-owned distributed generation projects. And ratepayers will continue to ultimately shoulder the costs when utilities recover those capital expenses, regardless of whether the investments actually deliver on the benefits projected. In contrast, the New Hampshire Energy Forward Act enables permissionless innovation, so that suppliers and developers can contract for the construction of new local energy projects, offer new innovative services without waiting for utilities or going through lengthy PUC proceedings to dictate the pace and extent of innovation. These new market-driven distributed energy and customer programs would be paid based on actual performance. That is, by how much wholesale energy, capacity, and transmission costs they reduce, and not through administratively set rates and rebates determined by state regulators with automatic recovery of costs and guaranteed profits for utilities. As Representative McGee pointed out, the New Hampshire Energy Forward Act is well-timed because the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has been trying to expand market access for distributed energy to participate in wholesale markets, including the ISO New England markets. The new requirements automatically apply to Eversource because of Eversource's size, including that utilities like Eversource permit competitive entities to self-provide interval metering for distributed energy. And that's needed because you need accurate and more frequent measurements of what the DER, what the distributed energy is doing, what they're using and what they're producing onto the grid. And that Eversource and other utilities in New England, their load settlements need to start to accurately track those outputs and allocate load impacts to individual suppliers. And the Energy Forward Act elects that the same market enabling reforms should also be implemented for New Hampshire's other utilities, Unitil, Liberty, and New Hampshire Electric Co-op. I think all of them are sitting behind me right now. And this bill calls for joint implementation of many of these reforms across all 4 New Hampshire utilities by contracting with a single expert vendor to perform load settlement calculations, and leverages the opportunity to modernize load settlement on a statewide basis if it's more cost competitive, and to enable competitive innovations and achieve cost efficiencies. While it's been raised whether the Public Utilities Commission is addressing these matters, the answer is sort of. While Community Power Coalition has been advancing key proposals at the commission, not all of these reforms are being considered in the scope of active proceedings at present. And we believe legislative action is necessary to enable a competitive retail market. So while these changes to utility systems do cost money, the investments in mostly software and business process changes are necessary to enable an order of magnitude greater investment of private capital into distributed energy and cost-saving innovations for customers. And as previously mentioned, the largest utility in New Hampshire will already need to invest in these new settlement and data systems to comply with the federal rules by November 1st, 2026. So in summary, if we want to move to a more competitive market and empower customers to have maximum freedom and choice over their energy options, we need the reforms contained in House Bill 755. Otherwise, utilities will continue to dominate in this space, and there will be fewer options for customers and fewer ways to reduce costs. Thank you for your time and consideration. We welcome questions.
Questions for the folks from the Community Power Coalition? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been a lot of talk about cost shifting. Can you tell me what the VDER report says regarding cost shifting, specifically with regards to this initiative?
Do you want to tackle that?
I've read that report, but I don't recall that it actually addresses cost shifting per se. It did conclude in general that the value of distributed energy resources is close to their current level of compensation. I'll just leave it at that. It's fairly complex, but the general conclusion was our level of compensation generally aligns with the benefits that are realized.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Representative Harrington.
Yeah, I'll follow up with the question I asked to the gentleman from the Department of Energy. And what he told me was that the department was not aware of any law changes needed to comply with the FERC order as implemented by ISO New England. And it sounds like you don't agree with that. Could you follow up on that, please?
Yes. I think that's more or less true for Eversource. Because Eversource is of a size that they are subject to these requirements, which are scheduled to be in place by November of 2026, so November a year from now, at which point they will either need to provide essentially ISO New England specified metering requirements for aggregated distributed energy resources. These are FERC Order 2022 is about aggregating small DERs so that they're of a size that they can participate in the ISO New England market, in which case they would be, if they bid into capacity, they would be subject to the capacity requirements of a market participant. That whole framework does not extend to the other 3 utilities in New Hampshire. And essentially, what FERC approved was that generators, distribution utilities that distribute 4 million megawatt hours or less in the previous fiscal year don't have to do this unless the term is relevant regulatory electric retail regulatory authority, meaning I guess the PUC, although that authority is vested in the state constitution in the legislature, and then it delegates it to the PUC and DOE. But the state has to permit customers of the other three utilities to be able to participate as aggregated resources in the ISO New England market. So that would need, I think, some legislative direction. If you're serious about wanting to create market options, based options, to drive prudent, decisions about use of resources, then some action would probably be needed to indicate at least that the PUC has the authority to require this if they find it's in the public interest. I mean, this bill would just go ahead and say this should apply to all the utilities.
Thank you.
So following up on that question from Representative Harrington, is it possible, since we've been trying to develop competitive markets since 1996, which is like 29 years, is it possible that competitive markets are incompatible with a utility regime that requires that there be regulation of utilities? There is no free market for the utilities. So, how can we expect there to be free market for other things?
Well, I think that's actually been pretty well thought through around much of the world. The monopoly function of the distribution utility is to distribute the power. It's the poles and wires and all the infrastructure that supports that and that supports a competitive market. And I think that was understood at the outset of restructuring. And what we've seen is in many places very robust competitive generation markets where investment decisions and power supply are in the private sector. And so if they don't forecast correctly, ratepayers aren't risk of that potentially bad investment. So I don't believe that competitive markets for power supply and for demand response services are at all incompatible with a monopoly function for distribution services. And it a little bit goes to the question of, well, isn't this going to mean lost revenue for the utilities? Not necessarily, because if a storage resource or a generation resource is putting power onto the distribution grid, they still charge for distributing that power. So there's no sort of harm there. What could happen is if DERs are responding to price signals that are temporal in nature, that they're going to help shave these peaks, which potentially means when you shave the peaks and can shift load off of the peak into less peak periods, it means for the capacity of the whole system, because the whole system, generation, distribution, transmission, has to be designed to meet peak capacity plus a safety margin. So to the extent we have financial signals or market signals that peak is expensive, which we do with the capacity, it's based on the single hour of highest peak demand in New England, then what we're going to see is a shifting of load that fills more in the valleys, which means we're spreading all these fixed costs over more kilowatt hours rather than fewer. Because when customers don't have any access, or DERs for that matter, people are investing in net metered resources, don't care when they produce because all kilowatt hours are treated the same. In contrast, when Unitil looked at this and said, if we treat this as a load reducer and pay attention to the actual price signals, LMP, capacity, transmission, which is essentially a capacity charge, then what we get is a different investment, which is a single axis tracker. And the reason they said, even though that costs more and it's going to cost more to operate, it produces much more value because it produces more when prices are high and demand is high, at least throughout the summer. And it can produce more in the winter because it can shed snow and follow the sun to some extent. So the point is you get more optimal investment when these resources are exposed to market price signals than when they're just being traded on a regulatory basis. And in the case of Unitil's single axis tracker, they projected net benefits for customers in the system. But if those net benefits are not realized, customers will still be on the hook to pay for that investment. Eversource, in their case, distribution rate cases, said, we think we'll be proposing about 5 of these projects over the next few years in the same manner that Unitil has, as a load reducer, where it produces the most value. And this is simply saying, let's piggyback onto FERC's which came out under Commissioner Neil Chatterjee's leadership at FERC, a Trump appointee, former Chief of Staff to Leader McConnell. He was one of the people who helped drive this effort to open up competitive markets for smaller distributed energy resources, recognizing that there's potentially an immense amount of value that, and they can get built quickly. We're going to have growing demand with AI and all that. DERs can be deployed much more quickly than large new central power plants.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. We're still in this world where, at least for community power customers and maybe third party, can't net meter. Does this bill move the ball toward net metering for community power and third party?
Yes, it would very much. It would open up that net metering doesn't have to be at the utility where you can get the most value. It could be, and this can help reduce cost shifting, because if competitive suppliers and community power aggregations can contract with these resources, then there won't be anything that has to be paid out by the utility to compensate them. So this is trying to create, to move net metering or the development of DERs out of a highly regulated, essentially monopoly type function to an actual market.
Additional questions? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in again for this bill. Would you agree, or would you say that what this bill is intending to do is to use market forces, in other words, the benefits that distributed resources provide and are currently being privatized and held on to, internalized by the accounting systems of the utilities? What you're trying to do is just liberate those forces, put them onto the market to incentivize growth in the use of distributed generation resources, which, as you mentioned, are sorely needed in the future, because we're going to need more and more generation. So we should use an all above strategy. And all you're saying is, let's use those market forces that right now are just, it's inside the black box of the utility and they're holding on to them. Let's see what they are, and let's use them to drive more growth in resources.
Right, and just using those market signals to drive more prudent, more optimal use of resources and investments that ratepayers are not at risk of if they don't prove out.
Okay, seeing no more questions, we'll thank you for that testimony and call next on the Honorable Bill Baber of Dover. Good morning, Bill. Good to see you again.
On. Thank you, Chairman Vose, members of the committee. It's nice to be back again in a bigger room. We used to meet in half this space with the same number of people in it. Representative Thomas is nodding his head. I'm going to not speak to my prepared remarks because I want to try and keep this short to your benefit, but I want to speak to an area where I have some expertise, and that's in IT systems. So I'm a simple guy, and I like to think of trying to get complicated things as simple as possible. And I think about power delivery. I think about what this committee did, real leadership. And Chairman Vose is right, it's been almost 40 years now since in '96 this committee freed up and made, you know, a competitive market out of power generation, seeing no sense in regulating it. So when you sort of think about the bulbs that make up the power delivery system, we have one end of the spectrum, we have the generation, the other end of the spectrum, we have the people consuming that generation, and major player in the middle that's regulated are the utilities. There is, as you have heard and will have heard many years in a row, I'm sure, lots of ideas about how things could be more innovative, more competitive, more cost-effective if there was more competition between those two elements of the spectrum. And invariably, the reasons that come back, frequently with poorly documented cases, is it's just going to be too expensive to do that. And it's usually the utilities that are saying that. Today, it's also the Department of Energy. So one of the things I did in my career was implement large IT systems, enterprise level systems. I worked, led for a while the conversion of the entire university system of New Hampshire to a modern system. And I can tell you that what I'm hearing today are people representing technologies that existed back way before that, shortly after we were storing memory on cores. If anyone knows what a core memory is, your memory is pretty good. That's pre-silicon. So it's just, if you think about it, if you were a Fortune 500 company, or maybe even a mom and pop on the street today, this is the 21st century. We expect information when we want it, and we expect to be able to get it in the palm of our hands most of the time. There is no reason why a competitive industry should not be able to deliver information in whatever quantity is needed by whatever the demand is out there that bears it, and the cost should be minimal. The advances in information development systems is such that most companies, 200 utility companies in the United States alone, currently use third parties to provide their enterprise systems at all levels, whatever the need is. And the reason for that is because they can far more rapidly respond to demands. They have far more resources. They have scale, and they have the technologies that, a company whose business is not technology have. So it just makes sense. So what I'm hearing is an industry that is not really using modern systems for modern needs. So to me, this tells me two things. There's a resistance to change, because it suits them just fine to stay where they are. They are controlling some of the resources by resistance to change, and it works to their business advantage, perceived. I don't think it's working to the customer's advantage. And the other reason that I think that this happens is, who bears the cost of doing these changes? These are public corporations owned by investors. If fundamental business processes are not being maintained, who should pay for that? Should it be ratepayers, or should it be the shareholders? And it's a complicated question. It's a question that a Public Utilities Commission would have to weigh in on. And I think, what I would encourage you to do is be bold as you were, in 96. Open up, which this bill does. This bill handles all those little incomplete pieces of the law that rectify the situation and allow the freedom of information to flow back and forth between customers and producers. And that's essentially what you're getting out of this bill. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Appreciate you being here and giving us your perspective. Good to see you again. You did mention, as you spoke, that you had experience in IT systems during your working career.
Yep.
So I'm wondering, electric companies offer billing services, right? And the changes in this bill might not support, their systems may no longer support the changes that are envisioned by this bill. So who would pay for those upgrades and how much would it cost?
Thank you for that question, Representative Vose, Chairman Vose. I think there's some contention about that. I mean, one of the things that you can look at, we're talking about companies that enlarge, not all the utilities in the state are, owning proprietary systems that they built in-house. Some have moved to third-party systems. Some are in the process of doing that. And everything that we talked about today could be handled by a service. It doesn't have to be, a system in-house. There are services that will provide this. Billing is one of those services, and some of these integrated systems can provide that. And the question is, here's the fundamental question. Technology that dates back, to the last century, and some parts of what I heard today sound like they dated back to the early parts of the creation of technology, IT technology in its very infancy, punch card technology. Who owns the responsibility of porting that technology to where it is appropriate for today's use? I think, shareholders have some responsibility in that, to maintain their companies so that they're truly competitive. The problem is, because they're regulated, they have been able to avoid that. But it is a competitive space. It should be more competitive.
Thank you. Representative Corman has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to follow on to Chairman Vose's question. I've actually been in computer science for over 50 years, and I taught software design, although I'm probably a little rusty these days. Can you talk about the elements of a billing system that would possibly require these tremendous costs?
Well, it's a big question. Thank you for the question, Representative Corman. If you break down any system, if there is change, what you need is a system that is agile and robust for change. And I think that's what you're talking about. And all this, the change is going to be required. It sounds like, and I don't have intimate knowledge of specific systems of these utilities, but it sounds like their systems are not agile. If you went to a major vendor and take SAP, for example, it's one of the world's largest software vendors for making enterprise systems. They have specific systems for utilities, which include billing systems. They are able to produce these systems not only, to fit particular state needs, they adapt their systems internationally. So the ability to change, requirements in one environment to another is going to be a lot less burdensome than if some, in-house computing group is going to have to do that work and bring forward what may be a really antiquated system. So that's where I'm getting at the cost. Who should have borne that cost in making the systems agile and robust and flexible to meet the 21st century needs? To me, that feels like a shareholder expense.
All right, seeing no more questions, I want to thank you, Bill, for being here. Nice to see you again. Next up is Jeremy Clark, representing the New Hampshire Electric Co-op. Oh, he just stepped out. All right. Here he comes. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Chairman Vose. I'm going to try to be brief because I know time is of the essence and I have a parking meter I'm worried about. So my name is Jeremy Clark. I'm the Financial Planning Analysis and Rates Manager for New Hampshire Electric Cooperative, and I'm here today to testify in opposition to HB 755 on behalf of the cooperative. We do appreciate some of the objectives of the legislation and share some of those. However, we do have some concerns about the impacts. As already discussed, there are a lot of concerns about cost, and we know that the bill concedes that it would cost you, or the language supply, the testimony here says it would cost millions of dollars to implement. For the co-op alone, it would cost millions of dollars to implement these upgrades to our metering, load settlement, billing, and customer service systems, all of which will be borne by our members. Also, I think probably of interest is number two, based upon our recent experience in trying to create a similar hourly pricing program, it's not clear that this kind of system can actually work. Over the last few years, we attempted to create a transactive energy rate, only to see it fail because we could not accurately bill members. The goals of the TER were kind of similar. Dynamic pricing, so we had a hourly rate fluctuating throughout the day based upon grid conditions, and allowing members to optimize their energy usage by consuming more during low-cost periods and reducing their consumption when prices were high. We also had DER integration as part of this, allowing participants with home batteries or electric vehicles to grid to be able to participate when to charge when prices were low, and then discharge when prices were high to get that benefit. And also provide members control to have the ability to manage their own use and to be able to make informed decisions about their consumption. Now, despite numerous attempts, we could not get our billing system to work as intended, nor could we adequately align hourly price signal forecasts with the actual results. We also realized that there were far fewer members who were interested in this than we originally thought, or had the capability to actually take advantage of this technology. And in short, it was simply too complicated and could not be operationalized. And after more than a year of effort, we had to abandon the project. We also have some concerns about cost shifting, as discussed. In the case of the TER, the cost was borne by all, including low to moderate income members. However, the benefit in cost-based rates is only going to the DER participants in the program. And we were concerned that this was unfair and at odds with our pricing philosophy, which aims to have individual members pay for the costs associated with those enhancements or changes to their service. And then finally, there's just the complexity of it. Energy markets, metering, load management. It's kind of exciting for someone who, like me, who deals with this every day. But when I step outside of the cooperative and talk to friends and family, their eyes glaze over. And we find that most members really have a hard time understanding even basic solar interconnection requirements or unbundled rates, let alone complex pricing like the TER in that case. And in fact, most members, they simply want to know that their power is reliable and affordable. So I thank you for that, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I am a co-op member, just to make that clear to everyone. Does the co-op currently use AMI meters?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. It's interesting, you said that you actually tried to institute time of use rates and people weren't taking them up. I know that I've looked at the Unitil rates, and there's a really stark difference between off-peak and on-peak. Is it possible that people weren't taking up the rates because the difference was so severe, and perhaps maybe making it less severe might have allowed people to take it up?
Thank you for the question. First of all, the cooperative still does have time of use rates. They're more of a traditional time of use rate. We have that available for basic residential members. And we also have a net metering time of day rate with on and off peak pricing in both directions. But with regard to the TER, this was an hourly pricing, and we found this, the members found this to be extremely difficult to understand. And also, especially the device integration with these various manufacturers with battery storage, electric vehicle to grid, and then also the billing system implications made it very difficult. So we still do offer the traditional time of day options. We have very little uptake of those, but they are still available for our members.
Okay, further questions? Representative Harrington.
Could you expound a little bit when you say traditional time of day or time of, right, could you tell me what that implies?
Sure. So for instance, for we have two different programs with different hours. This is where it gets complex when you add more and more programs on. For our basic residential members, if they so choose, they can participate in a time of day rate. And the on-peak hours are 7 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock at night, Monday through Friday, non-holiday. There's also an electric vehicle component if you want to sub-meter your electric vehicle. And then off-peak are all the other hours, nights and weekends and holidays. And then we have a net metering time of day where we designed that more recently. We actually designed that right around the same time as the TER. We kept it though because it really doesn't have much overhead to implement with our current systems. And that has only a 4-hour peak from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock, Monday through Friday, non-holiday, because that's when most of our peaks typically happen, transmission and also capacity. But again, we have not had much uptake in either of those programs.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Chair. So, when you tried this system, one of the things that's been articulated here is that the claim of high cost is because utilities are trying to do this with their own workforces and make their own IT departments develop all these systems and not using external contractors who are facile in these activities. What did the co-op do? Use internal systems or did you contract?
Both. So there were some internal projects, especially related to costs unique to New Hampshire. However, our software vendor for billing and all other systems pretty much is the NISC platform, which is also a cooperative that serves over 900 cooperatives. So they provided some of the functionality, and there was a lot of custom programming involved that they had to provide as well.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll give the last word on this legislation to Michael Licata of Eversource. Welcome back.
Thank you. Again, Michael Licata representing Eversource Energy. Again, appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. And again, great respect for the bill's sponsor and her goals and her desire to move forward on a number of very complicated issues. However, Eversource is, again, opposed to this legislation. And I'll try to keep this high level and brief. I understand you have other business to attend to, but at its core, this legislation is really an attempt to radically change how New Hampshire's electric utilities settle load with ISO New England in a way that we believe will drastically increase costs for all customers, with a goal to advance the business interests of one unregulated entity in the state who has expressed a desire for this additional functionality and changes to our systems. Today, all of New Hampshire's utilities accurately settle load with ISO New England. We use the same process that nearly every other utility across New England uses. This process accurately accounts for reductions in load due to either conservation, energy efficiency, or exports from distributed energy, or the usage or load reduction at the site of the DG where it is offsetting the load and actually being used to serve the customer where the DG is located. Any reductions in load today under our load settlement process are accounted for, and those savings, if they exist, are shared with all customers, including those who are on competitive supply, and that is allocated proportionately based upon each supplier's share of load that they serve. There isn't some pot of money that isn't being accounted for. All savings associated with either exports or reductions in load are accounted for if they reduce transmission peaks, if they reduce capacity peaks, if they reduce the amount of electricity that needs to be purchased. It is accounted for and it is shared back to customers. That is a very critical and important point. The bill before you today would require different metering, different accounting for exports, and create an entirely new class of customer called load reducers that would be entitled to specific benefits and privileges that presumably other customers would not be entitled to. At its essence, the bill would require all of New Hampshire's utilities to offer individualized, variable customer-specific rates. In order to do this, utilities, as you have heard, would have to make hundreds of millions of dollars in investments and change how their load settlement processes exist today and become outliers in the ISO New England region. That is concerning for us. It creates variability, additional cost, and the potential under the bill for inaccurate readings and inaccurate load settlement with ISO New England. And as the entity that settles load, the utility would be at risk of that inaccurate information. Because we accurately settle load today and account for reductions in load, essentially what the bill is proposing is shifting costs among different customer groups. There would not be overall customer savings. There would simply be winners and losers. There would be customers who would see a reduction in their bills or suppliers who would see a reduction in their bills if we were able to get the functionality to work as intended under the bill. And there would be customers who would see their costs increase. For all of that, the minimal savings, because again, this is accounted for under the process today, so you're really talking about the delta between today and the future. Again, we would be spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a regime that we don't know whether it would be workable or not. I'll leave it there. I'm happy to answer questions that the committee may have. I guess my final word is these are extremely technically complex concepts. And I would encourage the committee and the legislature, if they don't have a full understanding of the implications of a piece of legislation, to defer action and not move forward with a bill that they don't fully know the implementations of passage. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that testimony. Frequently, when I'm trying to evaluate complex legislation like this, I ask questions of my old pal, ChatGPT. And I asked ChatGPT the other day about the term load reducer, and ChatGPT told me that it is not a widely accepted or standardized concept in utility regulation. Does that jive with your understanding?
So the traditional way that utilities, or really the standard definition of a load reducer is, in this context, is a distributed generation resource that is reducing load on site. So imagine a customer has solar. Instead of purchasing electricity from the electric distribution system, their solar is serving them. Thus, the utility sees a reduction in load. And around 3/4 of behind the meter solar output is used in New Hampshire today to reduce on-site load. What this bill would do is really radically expand that definition to say, not only are you reducing load at the customer generator site, but you're also reducing load for the overall system and all your friends and neighbors. Which doesn't take into account the fact that that generation source relies upon the distribution system in order to essentially get their product to market, and that there is value associated with that.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Seeing none.
Great.
We'll thank you, and we'll close the public hearing now on House Bill 755 so that we can immediately move into a public hearing on House Bill 761 relative to customer energy storage. And I'll call on the prime sponsor, Representative Thomas Corman, to explain this legislation to us.
Mr. Chair, there's a question.
Yes, Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair Vos. At some point, could you get the online numbers for people who submitted testimony? Not right now, but when it's convenient.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Plotier, I'll ask you to work on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Tom Corman. I represent Grafton 15, which is Ward 3 of the micropolitan city of Lebanon. And I'm here to introduce HB 761, which is about storage. I actually think we don't talk enough about storage in this committee, and I think we're going to be talking about it more and more as time goes on. The beauty of storage is that it allows us to time shift generation. You can generate at one time and then make that power, that energy available at another time. So for example, I have solar panels on my house, and I also have 30 kilowatt hours of batteries in my basement. My solar panels are very productive at solar noon, which is not exactly the peak time for when the power is needed. So what I'm doing is I'm using some of that power, but I'm storing most of it in my batteries. Now, I can't currently take that power that's in my batteries and put it out onto the grid at peak times. It would be lovely to be able to do that, but I can't because I can't net meter that. And that's what this bill is trying to resolve, that we should be able to net meter from batteries. Battery technology is rapidly changing. I know that we think of the lithium-ion batteries that we have now, and we think of some of the disasters like what just happened at Moss Landing a few weeks ago. But battery technology is changing. And we're seeing things like iron air batteries. And if you recall, a week from today, I'm going to be at the factory in Weirton, West Virginia, that is making iron air batteries for the 8.5 gigawatt hour installation in Lincoln, Maine. So we're going to be seeing that. We're seeing what's happening at Schiller and Merrimack Station, where battery installations are going in. There are also solid state batteries that are coming down the pike, and they're becoming real. Hyundai and Honda are opening factories to create solid state batteries, and solid state batteries, just to fill you in on that, a traditional lithium-ion battery has a liquid electrolyte. A solid-state battery has a solid electrolyte. It has nothing to do with solid-state chips. It's just a matter of what the electrolyte is like. And there's actually something in between that's also being developed with a gel electrolyte. The beauty of solid-state batteries is they're much more energy dense than lithium-ion. They charge up much quicker. So, you know, you think about if you're driving an EV and you've got to stop to charge and it's going to take a while, it'll take a lot less. And they're a lot less prone to the fires that we see. So when we think about batteries, don't think about batteries today. Think about what batteries are going to be. So the purpose of this bill is simply to allow for net metering for storage, so that people who have storage can actually take that power when the power is not needed for the grid, store it, and then put it out onto the grid. And this bill just says that the DOE, Department of Energy, should adopt rules, and the Public Utilities Commission will approve the tariffs and issue the orders in proceedings to allow for net metering from batteries. And that's really what this bill's about.
Okay, pretty simple. Thank you. Representative Harrington has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Well, from the grid perspective, I don't think it makes any difference whether the electricity is coming directly from a solar panel back out to the distribution system when you're producing less, more than you consume, or if it's going from a solar panel into a battery and waits a few hours, then goes back out on the distribution system. There's no difference that I can see, is there?
I actually think there is a difference. So if I'm producing a lot at solar noon, and it's not really needed at solar noon by the grid as a whole, it's not doing much good for me to do that. And I've heard that criticism of solar from this very committee. So by storing it at my house in my batteries, which by the way might be in a car, and then putting it back out onto the grid at a time when it's actually needed, I'm actually providing a benefit to the grid.
Follow up?
Follow up.
No, I wasn't referring so much to the time of day, but just to the physics of it. As far as the grid's concerned, if you're putting out the same amount of electricity, whether it's at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 4 o'clock in the morning, there may be a different need, but the electric physics of it doesn't change.
Well, I agree that the electric physics doesn't change, but the point is that I'd be putting it out when
Time
it's
when
actually needed.
Okay.
Additional questions? Representative Reynolds has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tom, for being here, introducing the bill. Although you spent some time educating us on the various battery technologies, there's nothing about battery technology in this bill, and so is it the case that battery owners would be bearing all their technological risk, whatever kind of battery they might have now or procure in the future? This legislation is technology neutral, right? Technology doesn't say anything about the technology. The owners of the batteries would be at risk for their choice.
That's right. And the reason I talked about the technology changes that we're seeing is because I think we're going to be seeing more and more batteries, certainly with EVs, but just in general as the technology is improving. I don't think that I'm going to have an iron air battery at my house. These are utility scale batteries. They take a lot of area and they're very, very heavy because they're made of iron. But, as solid state batteries become more available and become cheaper, I think we're going to see more and more people adopting solid state batteries, whether it's in their vehicles or in their homes. And I think we'll see more and more of a use for storage net metering.
Okay, thank you. Representative Harrington has another question.
Just to follow up on that, and then you take my question. Do you think energy storage systems is definitive enough, or does that kind of leave it wide open, or are you just relying on the Department of Energy to come up with there's going to have to be some kind of a definition, because that can mean a lot of different things to different people. Do you think that would be done in the rules rather than specified in the legislation?
Thank you. Yeah, I would imagine that being done in the rules. And I can imagine, you could talk about, let's say, closed loop pumped hydro, right? That is probably what you were thinking. And I wasn't really thinking that as a storage system, and I would leave that up to the department and the PUC to decide how to proceed with that.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So in just looking at the bill, it appears to be attempting to illustrate in statute a segment on storage that doesn't currently exist, right? So the whole point of the exercise is to let the Department of Energy and the Commission know what is expected of them, and also to add this portion so that it's revealed in statute. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that the storage doesn't exist. It's that the net metering for the storage doesn't exist.
So
And
it's not defined adequately?
It's just not allowed at this point, and we're trying to open that up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'll ask Matt Young from the DOE to come up and speak to us about this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record again, Matt Young. I'm an attorney at the Department of Energy. Department is neutral on this bill and just wanted to raise a few concerns. Really, I guess just maybe structural concerns is maybe the best way to put it. And I thank Rep. Corman for his testimony. That did help clarify some questions that we had with the jurisdictional concerns with the language inserted in Section 2. As the department does now have the authority to regulate net metering, and we are in the process of developing 900 rules as we speak, we would be if the legislation does decide to move forward, we'd be happy to work with Rep. Corman to sort of address the jurisdictional concerns there in Section 2. And in terms of, I guess maybe struggling for another word besides structural, another structural concern that we had was we do believe that there may be some changes required for the net metering law, 362A:9, that would need to be, I guess, flushed out, discussed, to sort of implement the intent of this legislation, which we would be happy to work with the legislature on that. And I guess on that note, I would just note that there is a energy storage task force bill moving through the Senate now. So some of those conversations maybe could happen in that form as well. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Young? Representative Harrington.
Quick. I realize you talk about some structural things that may be addressed, but from the principle of this, it sounds like the department has no problem with allowing energy storage to participate in net metering.
So my understanding from just talking to some folks inside the department is that there are some concerns with making sure that kind of where the energy comes from, how it's compensated, whether it's stored or how it's stored and then kind of sent back to the grid, are concerns that we do have. So, but I think that they would probably just be better in in an energy task force forum or investigation of sorts.
Quick follow-up. It sounds like those could be addressed in the rules process then.
That's another forum as well.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll move along and I'll call on David Hemingway of Webster. Good morning to you and welcome to ST&E.
Thank you. First time speaking here. My name is David Hemingway, and it is a pleasure to be here and able to testify today. I did give a paper that is coming out. It is double-sided, and there are a couple charts on that you may want to see that I'll reference. I'm not going to read through that testimony, and it was provided to you earlier in email as well. My name is David Hemingway from Webster, New Hampshire, where I'm the chair of the Select Board and on the Energy Committee. I sit on the board of directors for the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire as the member representative from Webster. I am an engineer by trade and have designed and installed the solar and battery storage on my own home. I would be happy to answer any questions you have about data, existing programs, challenges this bill solves, or anything else at the end of my testimony. I am in favor of HB 761 before us today, enabling retail customer energy storage programs. Storage is an extremely important part of both grid resiliency and optimization, as well as efficiency, load reduction, rate stability, and rate reduction. To set some background, there are two major places in electric supply where storage is extremely impactful. The first is the many peak demand response programs that load reduce at peak times. I'm currently enrolled in a small program from Eversource for this in New Hampshire, where they pay up front based on the capabilities of the batteries I have installed to be in the program. These are set it and forget it programs, as all semi-recent systems handle this. Here's an example from the application for the storage that is on that. Most other states, however, have rate setting, such as this bill would provide. That can enable this at more scale with smaller payments per event, allowing for longer-term value both to other ratepayers and to the battery owner by ensuring that only when ratepayers would save money does the system pay the battery owners. The one bit I'll make sure to point out from my written testimony is how much this can really save. According to the ISO New England in 2023, the average real-time energy price was $35.70 per megawatt hour. But 88% of grid-level demand response events happened at $1,000 per megawatt hour. Removing however much was put out by the storage programs at that high cost mark from the need to be purchased at those prices, and then recharging at the lower, more average rates. This becomes especially important in New Hampshire now, as utilities become mandated to further expose default supply customers to this high volatility of the real-time market. The second thing is the duck curve that you've probably all seen before. And this is on the back of that paper. And in large part due to not having time-sensitive pricing and demand-based net metering, this is causing fixed south-face solar as the maximum value to be installed. And you can see in the graph from ISO New England there how this is expected to impact the ability of baseload generation to function, such as nuclear. This bill can help New Hampshire fix that. By tying storage into net metering, load shapes and timing can be included, incentivizing the filling of storage during the middle of the day and using it from storage in the evening so the peak curve doesn't go as high and expensive. This flattening of the curve due to net metered load reduction has the double benefit of keeping the top costs lower while keeping base generation from being as affected. In summary, this bill would allow for the competitive storage marketplace to take off. That will enable people like me, those considering storage in the future, and those who already have storage, to make everybody's rates lower and maintain the value of New Hampshire's existing base generation for longer. So please vote yes and support this bill as ought to pass. You will be supporting grid stabilization, more economical build out of the grid, market competition, and lower rates for all without ratepayers picking up construction costs. Thank you for your time in considering this important issue, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Hemingway? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not really a question as much as a comment. It's your first time testifying, and you did a great job explaining this. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Yes,
I look forward
excellent
to
job.
any other questions or explanations you'd like.
We have 2 more pink cards here, and we'd like to get them in before we have to break. So, yes, we're all done with you. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Deanna Dennis is next up from CPC&H. And I know you asked for 3 minutes, but if you could do it in 2, we'd appreciate it.
Good morning again, and I will endeavor to do it in 1. So again, good morning, everybody. Dina Dennis, Director of Regulatory and Legislative Affairs with the Community Power Coalition, and also with me is
Clifton Below.
And the Community Power Coalition supports House Bill 761 for 4 reasons. First, we think it provides necessary clarification regarding the roles and responsibilities of the DOE and the Public Utilities Commission. Just wanted to point out that last year, the legislature passed Senate Bill 391, which directed the department to develop proposed rules for the interconnection of distributed energy resources, of which that they be aligned with national best practices, including the Interstate Renewable Energy Council's model interconnection procedures. Those model connection procedures include storage. So we think it is appropriate to move that role from the Public Utilities Commission over to the department so that the department can include storage as it's in its proceeding to develop draft rules for distributed energy resources. Second, making the clarifications will streamline the regulatory process, create greater transparency for the industry and for customers that are looking to adopt energy storage. This bill will demonstrate that New Hampshire is open for business when it comes to enabling a market for storage. Third, it will enable innovation by capturing benefits of storage, which include avoiding wholesale power costs, transmission and distribution costs, helping to provide resilience, greater control to customers and communities over their energy availability. And then when storage is combined with local power generation, the benefits can be multiplied. I know it was mentioned earlier, the Department of Energy's value of DER study found that the addition of storage substantially increased the value of distributed generation. And that's why Section 3 is important, because it clarifies the PUC has the authority to incorporate storage as part of net metering. Fourth and lastly, it aligns with state energy policy preference for customer choice and market competition, and is consistent with the principles for storage contained in RSA 374H:2.
And I just wanted to help answer a couple of questions that came up. Section 1 of RSA 374H includes a definition of energy storage, so that's what the term, it is defined in statute. I think that was the main point. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Looks like we don't have any. People are probably getting ready for lunch, which puts a little bit of pressure on Sam Evans Brown, who gets the last word on this legislation.
Take it as a challenge, see if I can do it in 45 seconds. So Clean Energy New Hampshire does support this bill. We see it as a fairly straightforward attempt to try to once again move the peanut forward on getting access to some sort of market structure in place for energy storage. I just note, and this is in my testimony, the legislature has at multiple times over the past 5 years directed the regulatory bodies in question here to develop or study creating some sort of price signal that would encourage customer-sited storage. And over the past several years, progress in that direction has stalled. There is an open investigation that the Department of Energy opened in 2023, but we've seen no action in that investigation since August of 2023. And I will note that essentially we are already allowing batteries to receive net metering compensation as part of the Liberty Utilities battery storage pilot, which has been approved by the Public Utilities Commission and has been found to be cost effective. And the PUC, in fact, ordered Liberty to include, further phases of that battery storage pilot in their rate case. Their rate case is currently sort of up in the air, as many know. So once again, further progress in that area has stalled. So I think there's tremendous opportunity to use battery storage to reduce the costs of grid infrastructure and provide rate relief to ratepayers. And this is just another mechanism through which such a program could be established.
Thank you, Mr. Evans Brown. Can you say anything more about the Liberty pilot?
Yep.
Did it turn out to be cost effective? Did it turn out to be a useful program?
It did. And there is actually a footnote in my written testimony that would direct you to the filing in which the PUC found it to be cost effective. And I will note those batteries were installed during the pandemic, sort of 2019, 2020, 2021 timeframe. And costs of battery packs have only fallen since then. So I think that really the time is now to figure this out. And to the point that Clifton Belo made, we're headed into a period of rapid load growth, and having storage as a potential asset to try to make sure that the grid is able to absorb that growth in a cost-effective manner, I think is really important, and something that policymakers should be really thinking about.
Excellent. Additional questions? I'm guessing people want to go to lunch, so we'll bring to a close then the public hearing on House Bill 761. We will take a lunch break effective until 1:15 this afternoon. And I'd ask everybody in the room to please clear the room so that Republicans can caucus. Thank you very much. See you at 1:15. Okay, let's get started with the afternoon session here of ST&E for February 18th. We're going to pass judgment on 5 bills in an executive session. And then after that, we're going to return to public hearings for 2 more bills, HB 759 and HB 760. So we'll begin the activity of the afternoon by opening a executive session on HB 723 FN. And the chair recognizes Representative Berezhny.
I move that we judge HB 723 as ought to pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Ploget.
I'll second that ought to pass.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ought to pass for House Bill 723 FN. Chair recognizes Representative Berezhny.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'll be pretty brief. As far as the benefits to individual customers and their data, utilities that have AMI are already providing portals where users can see their usage. One of the benefits that would have come from the data platform is aggregated view of usage, either by an apartment building or a municipality or the entire state, which is a much larger or much smaller number of users that would benefit from that as opposed to the ratepayers. Arguably, the Department of Energy would have been the biggest benefactor, and they were neutral in the bill. So the federal government could have also benefited from that, and they had 2 opportunities to fund this project, and they chose not to. And other than that, the benefits, there wasn't very many benefits listed, so it's not really clear under what circumstances who would benefit from it and how they would benefit. It was not brought up in the hearing. Thank you.
Okay. Additional comments on the motion of ought to pass for HB 723. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, to the points that were made, I think in the hearing where we have limited amount of time to present something which is basically a 5.5-year effort that was set in motion by the state of New Hampshire with cooperation from DOE and the utilities, there were handouts that were provided to every member of this committee. One was a set of user stories that indicated the multiple current Public Utilities Commission cases that would be supported by having access to aggregated data that can be shared. The purpose of the model is not to replicate any individual utility's ability to provide downloaded information with green button, but to create a uniform data model that can be used across all data inputs so that we can have a snapshot of what energy is doing, what its value is, how to plan for the future, and also how to realize savings on that system. It is maybe a complex project to explain to people in a short period of time, but the idea that we could do all of this currently is really not borne out by the folks who worked on the project. I mean, we also, on the day of the hearing, I presented people with basically a compilation from a Dunsky report that is not completed yet for the state of New Hampshire that would cover the cost-benefit analysis of whether or not to build this project. We have been waiting for this point for quite some time so that a decision can be made. And what passing this bill would do is it would eliminate the ability for us to secure the information in order to make a reasonable decision about whether this would be of benefit to ratepayers in New Hampshire. And so on that basis, I would ask that people not vote to kill this in statute before we've actually had the chance to get the utilities, which did not want to come to the table and do this process, before we've had a chance to see if we can actually do this for a reasonable amount in and get incredible benefits out, basically. The data is information, and it is information we do not have access to today, and we will not have access to it for a long time to come. Having the individual utilities provide that information to their customers will never give us the capacity of having an API of API that can serve all of our energy needs, because it includes all of our energy data in one place. Thanks.
Further comments? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be voting against the motion because I'd like to see a cost-benefit analysis, and we don't know the cost yet because the RFP is just going out. We should know it by the end of the summer. We should have some idea of what it would cost to do this. I would much rather see this bill and 681, because they're really opposite points of view. I'd like to see both of them retained so that by the fall we have an idea of what the cost is going to be, and then we can make a more informed judgment. One other thing I'd add is that we don't have the platform yet. We don't really know exactly what it's going to be. We have a description, but sometimes you need to put it in people's hands in order for people to get it and use it and figure out the best way to use it. And I think back to when I was in grad school in 1984. I read an article about this system called Smalltalk, and it mentioned this user interface for Smalltalk, and I had no idea what they were talking about. It was written, but I had no idea what it was talking about. Then a few months later, I got my hand on a Mac, and I got it. So sometimes you just need to put the system in people's hands, let them figure it out, let them get comfortable with it, and let them get creative. So I would like to see this not killed yet. Maybe when we know the costs, maybe we decide, yeah, this isn't worth pursuing, but let's get the costs, let's retain these bills, and then make a more informed decision.
Further comment? Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll also be voting against the motion to pass the bill to kill the pull the plug on the development of the data platform. I just feel as though it's premature. It basically is saying that this committee and the sponsor of this bill are substituting our judgment about this 5.5-year effort that got started by act of this legislature 5.5 years ago, and then was furthered through a proceeding at the Public Utilities Commission, and which then proceeded over the past 5.5 years through the contributed volunteer efforts of many people, including staff from all three utilities and subject matter experts and legislators and DOE staff. All this effort's been put into this. And just as we're on the cusp of the RFP going out, which would give us a firm cost and enable the cost benefit that others have talked about, we're going to pull the plug. It just doesn't make sense. In addition, Mr. Chairman, I praised you and said I appreciated your when you submitted an amendment for your energy policy bill. You specifically included as an element of New Hampshire's what would be our new energy policy the phrase market transformation. You know, market transformation is kind of an abstract term. What does that mean? Well, for markets to change. We heard testimony on this bill that this energy data platform, which would enable market actors to have access to aggregated data and analyze things, would be an enabler of market transformation, would contribute to market transformation, and better enable the state to achieve some of the goals that we have been reaching for since utility deregulation. So this is it's an important tool and of that potential market transformation. And I think it's premature to pull the plug. I agree with Representative Corman that we should at least retain this bill until we have additional information later in the year. Thank you.
Further comment, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So initially, I was inclined to agree with Representative Corman's thoughts on potentially retaining this bill. But then it came to understand that there are multiple entities working on these kinds of programs. Other states are doing them, which we could get use of, as well as commercial entities are doing this. So in my mind, it became clear we do not need to spend the money on this when there's another avenue to get these potential resources in a much more simple, cost-effective manner.
Additional comment, Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not convinced of the availability of the other alternatives that have been mentioned. I do concur with many of the comments my colleagues had. In fact, I save you all the trouble. I check them off my list, so I'm not going to go through those. I'll simply say there's no compelling reason to toss this capability right now while we're still looking for data. So I vote against the OTP.
Additional comments, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since I'm the only person that actually had any involvement with this and at the inception, I just want to say that there are other states who are desperately trying to get a hold of their energy data to be able to do the kind of things that are proposed by the Statewide Energy Data Platform project. And we had Texas as an early adopter, which was on one of the slides I was going to present you the day that I presented, but we couldn't get the technology together so I could show you those slides. So Texas was an early adopter. We learned from their mistakes when we were designing this project. New York also has capability. There are other states that are looking to do this as well as we have been involved in attempting to do this. The difference is they don't have our data. Our system is designed to give us access to all of the energy data in the state of New Hampshire so that we can cut it up and look at it the way that we need to look at it in order to do whatever we need to do. And energy is complex, but it's even more complex if you can't see it. You can't see it, and you can't report on it, and you can't use it for both analysis and planning. And so the capabilities that this system could bring us are also roughly derived in the benefits list that I gave everybody from Dunsky's initial look at what the state of New Hampshire could save, low, middle, and high, at 5 years out and 10 years out. And that's based on adoption. So it would be based on how well we run the project, but it has been extremely well run to date. So I think, again, it doesn't appear that everyone on the committee has a good sense of what this project offers the state of New Hampshire. And so we're projecting what we want to say about it, but I don't think it does justice to the people who are actually working on the project. And so I would ask that we consider voting down the OTP so that we can make another motion to retain this bill.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the motion of OTP on House Bill 723.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Notter.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Brezhny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Thomas.
Wendy Thomas, no.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
10-8.
By a vote of 10 to 8, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 723 FN. Representative Berejny will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I'll write it.
And Representative McGee will do the minority report. Okay, we'll close that exec session. And now we'll open another exec session, this one on House Bill 690, directing the Department of Energy to investigate the state's withdrawal from ISO New England and other strategy decisions that impact ratepayers in relation to New England's environmental policy. And I recognize Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make the motion of ought to pass on HB 690 FN.
Chair recognizes Representative Mattson.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 690. Chair recognizes Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I brought this bill forward originally, and I wanted to actually learn more about it since this keeps coming up, and this allows for the Department of Energy to be able to conduct investigation on the pros and cons of not only of possibly leaving ISO New England, but then to learn more about it. The consumer advocate testified that he actually stated that he was for this bill as well, as he gave us a demonstrated map of how convoluted and complicated the ISO New England platform was. We also had the DOD stated that they were neutral on it, but they were willing to conduct an investigation. As far as the public generators who said they were against it, and they stated there were two different items. One was that this had already been conducted within Connecticut and with Maine. However, with extra additional information from our committee research, we found that while we were told that both processes in Maine and Connecticut were completed and they decided not to do it, Maine actually found inadequacies in the status quo participating in the ISO New England market, with Maine PUC found included rising and volatile energy prices, overdependence on natural gas-fired generation, less control over decisions, less influence in regional decision-making related to consumer interests, and concern that Maine consumers were paying more than their fair share of regional costs. Now, while they end up finding 2 years later that the cost would be, they'd be paying a little bit more compared to 78 megawatts rather than 158. Connecticut, however, when they conducted it, the Connecticut Department of Energy Environmental Protection found that the regional wholesale electricity market administered by ISO New England created barriers to cost-effective clean energy development strategies and threatened reliability by increasing regional reliance on natural gas. They recognized that withdrawing participation in ISO New England was an option, but that the first state's priority would reform through new regional market designs. Now, Connecticut did not stop and did not close this. In fact, they actually still have it open. The Connecticut Public Utilities Regulatory Authority has been directed to evaluate where the Connecticut ratepayers benefit from Connecticut's reliance on the wholesale energy markets administered by ISO New England. This investigation is taking place through Connecticut PURA, which is still an active docket number 210515RE03. Therefore, Connecticut is still conducting the investigation on this. Maine found the benefits of it, but found that it was going to be more costly. Therefore, I believe it is in extreme interest of New Hampshire to do this investigation to find out, as was stated in earlier testimony, we are a different state. Our data is different. Therefore, we should investigate how New Hampshire is affected by ISO New England, pros, cons, and what the effect is.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on this question? Representative Harrington.
You know, one of the more successful campaign slogans of our time was done by the governor when she said, "Don't mass up New Hampshire." And that's what's happening in the electric field. Massachusetts and Connecticut, you notice when Representative Summers was talking about the impediments to renewable energy that Connecticut saw back some years ago. Well, that's drastically changed now. Looking at the ISO document, Economic Planning for the Clean Energy Transition, issued the end of October this year, it's kind of eye-opening. Basically, the policies of Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island will be driving what the ISO does. And this moving to this zero emissions, which will result in a lot of different things. We're talking thousands and thousands of offshore windmills, if indeed they can get built, thousands of onshore wind, over 200 square miles of solar panels. This would be needed to supplement the getting rid of all the base load fossil fuels we have now, specifically natural gas. But even with all that, the key factor remains is that in 2050, the ISO predicts for the moderate typical weather conditions, we will have to have 12 gigawatts, that's 12 gigawatts, 5 times the size of Seabrook Station, of dispatchable resources that run less than 1% of the time. Otherwise, we'll have outages more than 1% of the time. Now, to put that in perspective, these plants are not going to make much money in the energy market because they're not going to run very often. I asked the ISO how they would make money to stay open. One suggestion was to put them in the capacity market. They would then be setting the price for capacity extremely high, which would be paid to every resource in New England that cleared the forward capacity market. This would drive up the cost of electricity by billions of dollars. And it's being set by these other states. They're determining the policy. ISO was basically rolled over and said, you know, Connecticut, Massachusetts account for something like 75% of the load in New England, so they're in the driver's seat. So I think it behooves us to at least look in and investigate what the possibilities are. One possibility is maybe we find that going with getting out of ISO New England, but merging with Maine to form a new ISO, or merging with Vermont, Maine would do it. But I think it's definitely worth looking at and finding out where we're going, because right now our electric rates are going to be driven by the southern states, and they're going to go off the boards. And we're going to be sitting here looking pretty silly if we didn't at least look into other possibilities.
Additional comment. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a few things I'd like to mention regarding this bill. First of all, it's poorly written in that it is requesting a report, but there's no end date, and it doesn't say who gets the report. So this is just an ongoing investigation by the DOE that seems to have no end to it. If you look at the information, we could save, first of all, DOE also suggested that this investigation would cost $200,000, which I don't believe for a second. If you look at the report that Maine did, they did a pretty comprehensive report that I wish I could have gotten the price on, but there is no price on that. Merging with another state to create a new ISO, my goodness. I mean, all I keep hearing from you guys is about lowering customer rates. The rates would go through the roof if we did something like that. And lastly, to use the defense that the DOE is neutral on this bill as a justification for passing it forward is to use false logic. They're neutral on everything. And in fact, on our side, we take a shot every time the DOE announces that it's neutral on a bill. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this bill is basically a waste of time because it's asking for an investigation that's already been conducted by 2 member states of the ISO New England that, yes, do have different data, but actually share one thing in common, that is that they have better interconnection possibilities than we do. And both those states have already concluded that the withdrawing from the ISO New England does not make any sense. Even though, as my friend pointed out, there are things that can be answered in such a study, but they've already been answered in those studies. So why do we need to, we just heard a whole list of the downside of being members of being a part of the ISO New England. So why do we need to do this? We already have those results. We know what they are. And what I found interesting was that Connecticut found that one of the downsides of being part of ISO New England was an over-reliance on natural gas. So it seems to me that these studies will find whatever you put into it is what you're going to get out, and it can lead to very, very different outcomes. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is that the cost of withdrawing from ISO New England would always outweigh any of the benefits. And the Department of Energy actually concluded that in the public hearing. They said in so many words that there is no way that they can see this study leading to a recommendation to lead ISO New England. That is not going to happen. So why waste any money at all on such a study?
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be supporting this bill because this subject has been coming up now for several years. And, you know, here's an opportunity to finally put something to paper, let DOE investigate. Maybe by the end of that investigation, we'll have less times that bills like this come forward because maybe we'll finally settle on just what exactly is a good or not so good effort. So let's go ahead and do the investigation, get it out of the way, and let's be done with it afterwards.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Vice Chairman, I think that's probably the best reason that I've heard for going forward with the bill. But where I fall on it is I just want to know how it would work. We are members of a regional grid, and certainly we have the option to go our own way. But as was already mentioned by other speakers, the cost of that would be, I would imagine, huge because we do derive benefits from being party to the regional grid in our region. So for its imperfections, I get the feeling that this bill is more of perfect being the enemy of the good. We don't like all the things that that the ISO imposes or that the regional wholesale markets include, but we don't have any idea what the alternative would cost. And I think or even how it would work. And so I guess that my question is, why would we want to go on a sort of a wild goose chase trying to figure that out, rather than maybe trying to solve for some of the problems that we have with the grid, which we have control over?
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I missed the field trip to ISO's control room last time, but I have a pretty good idea of what it looks like. I saw the Eversource one, and I guess the ISO one's pretty similar. And I realize, you know, or I think about, we'd have to build one of those, and we'd have to have all the control systems throughout the entire state hooked into that. And I can't imagine what the cost of that would be. And who's going to pay for it? We know who's going to pay for it. So, you know, I feel like, yeah, we could do the study, but this is asking a question where we already know the answer.
Well, I think this bill is more than just a study of leaving ISO New England. It's also a bill that wants to investigate how the rest of the New England states who are sort of driving ISO policy are going to affect New Hampshire and whether there's anything that can be done about it. Representative Harrington articulated those concerns very, very well, and I think they're important questions that have to be answered. And the DOE is in a perfect place to ask those questions. They probably even have better questions than we could come up with on our own. So I think supporting this study is worthwhile to do, and the results of the study will probably be very revealing to all of us. Any further discussion? Representative Harrington.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one point that the previous studies that were mentioned in Connecticut and Maine were done some time ago, especially the one in Maine, and they both talked about a high reliance on natural gas. And under the newest plans by ISO New England, they're talking about phasing out natural gas, other than for this, presumably this 1% of the plants, the 12 gigawatts that don't run hardly at all, but we still have to pay for. So what was in vogue, what was going on with policy-wise back then is not now. And I agree completely with the chairman. One of the things we need to be looking at here is what's the option? What happens if we do stay in? And all these policies go in with these thousands and thousands of offshore windmills that might not even get built, so I don't know what we do then. But I think looking at what happens, given the ISO's own predictions going forward, is something worth looking at as well.
Okay, I'd like to ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 690.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Brezhny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Matson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Thomas.
Wendy Thomas, no.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
10-8.
By a vote of 10 to 8, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 690. Representative Summers will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report?
Yes, there will, and it's in your inbox.
So it's Representative Thomas who is writing the minority report. Okay, so we're done. Close the exec session on HB 690. Next, we'll proceed to open an exec session on House Bill 681, establishing a statewide online energy data platform, and the chair recognizes Representative Brezhny.
Thank you, Chairman. I move that we judge HB 681 as inexpedient to legislate.
Chair recognizes Representative Schneller.
Second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL for House Bill 681. Chair recognizes Representative Brezhny.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the issues that the Department of Energy brought up is on page 2, lines 20 through 27, which they understood as the cost controls for the project would be moved from the PUC to this platform governing council. That seemed concerning. And then the other reason to ITL this bill is because we passed 723. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative McGee.
I guess just by way of explanation, yes, this bill was about transitioning to the governance council as the means of making decisions going forward rather than leaving an open public utilities case forever. But it was predicated on the fact that the project was going to be moving towards RFP and eventually being built. So since that is not there anymore, the need for the bill is certainly less urgent.
Okay. Seeing no further comment, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of adopting the motion of ITL for HB 681.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Brezhny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Matson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas.
Wendy Thomas, no.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 2, 4.
Okay, by a vote of 14 to 4, the committee adopts the motion of ITL for HB 681. Representative Brezhny will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report?
You want to do it, Tom? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll write it.
Okay, Corman to write a minority report. I need that by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. if you could, please. And with that, we'll close the exec session on House Bill 681 so that we can open an exec session on House Bill 674 relative to non-wire alternatives, time of use tariffs, and multi-year rate settings. And the chair recognizes Representative Harrington.
I move ITL on 674.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi.
Second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL for HB 674. Chair recognizes Representative Harrington.
Yeah, I think we just heard for hours on the whole bit with the time of use and smart meters and whether it's best to do it by legislature or allow the ongoing process at the PUC. I think it's better to go through the process over there where the details can be worked out because it's a very detailed, complicated issue. So therefore, I think this bill is unnecessary.
Further discussion. Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, I for the very same reasons, I would like to retain this bill because I think that it's the legislature's duty to set things in statute and not wait for the PUC to lead the charge on the way we want utilities to do the work of the state. And yeah, I agree that these are complicated issues that need lots of thought and lots of work. And this bill is intended to, incentivize things that we all agree that we want the utilities to do. So I would hope that we could retain the bill and bring it back in September and maybe make some amendments and decide how to move forward with it at that point.
Further comment? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of the motion of ITL on HB 674.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Berejny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Thomas.
When you almost said it. Wendy Thomas, no.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
10-8.
By a vote of 10 to 8, the committee adopts the motion of ITL on House Bill 674. Representative Harrington will write the,
Mr. Chairman, there may be a problem with that since you need it because right now my email is not working at all. I can't send out any email. So I don't know if it'll be fixed by tonight or whatever. I don't know what's causing the problem. So
okay, we'll take that offline. Will there be a minority report? And it will be written by
Representative Kaplan.
Kaplan. Okay, thank you.
When do you need that by again, Mr. Chair?
7 a.m. tomorrow. Yep. All right, with that, we'll close that executive session. And now we're down to our last executive session of the afternoon. I'll open the exec session on HCR2, declaring the development of advanced nuclear technology, nuclear energy technology, to be in the best interest of the state of New Hampshire and the United States. And I recognize Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I motion to OTP HCR2.
Chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of OTP for HCR2. Chair recognizes Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think this committee has heard numerous public testimony for this bill and other bills involving nuclear energy of how important it is to send out a strong message to anyone looking at this state for possible investing into particularly the new type of nuclear energy. We know that nuclear energy is a wave of the future. We need to have base loads. We know it would be good for our economy, and we know that it would be good to shore up baseline type of energy here with our generators. And with the new technology, there's lots of opportunity. So by making this resolution and telling the world that we think it's in the best interest of New Hampshire to at least explore any type of new scale nuclear energy, it is telling everybody that we are open to that suggestion, that investors could come in and take a look around. If it meets market situations, then maybe they'll invest, but it sends out a strong message. And I think for that reason, we should pass this resolution to tell people that we are open to this new type of nuclear energy for the benefit of all in the state.
Further comment? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recently in Washington, there was a massive layoff, and they laid off many of the people that are responsible for monitoring our nuclear industry, and well, not industry, but nuclear arsenal in for the United States. I think that this bill right now with this administration puts the cart before the horse, and until we understand the importance of managing nuclear devices on a federal level, we shouldn't even be fooling around with them on the state level. Thank you.
Further comment? Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that happened originally in reference to my good friend to my right comment, but I also learned that they are in the process of hiring back the nuclear workers into the field. And also, one thing to remember, if we pass this resolution, it will encourage more education and training into this field, from which we would need more workers.
Additional comment? Representative Schneller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to read a comment recently from Jim Sturgios from the Pioneer Institute. He said, for years, Massachusetts was recognized nationwide as a magnet for capital and talent. Now we are not. So we need our leaders focused on addressing the reasons why wealth and talent are heading for the exits. The study further found that the exits and the destinations of those people are Florida and New Hampshire. So we are attracting the talent and the capital that would be necessary to fund both from a human capital perspective and a financial capital perspective for a nuclear effort. So I think this is a great resolution.
Additional comments? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I found myself really torn on this. If my late wife heard me saying that I would be voting for this, she would just be shocked. 30 years ago, we were no nukes, no nukes, no nukes, also no tobacco. And, the fact is technology has changed, and we need to recognize that really for all technologies, as I spoke earlier about batteries. I also think it's true about offshore wind. We shouldn't be assuming that the technology that is out there now is the technology of the future. No more Seabrooks are going to be built. That's not the kind of nuclear we're talking about. I'm going to vote for this. I understand Representative Wendy Thomas's concern, and I always have tremendous respect for anything that she says, and I understand her concern about what's going on at the federal level. But I just can't believe that we'll have completely unfettered, unregulated nukes everywhere, that it's in my backyard or anything like that. And look, we do need reliable baseload that's zero carbon. That's great. And I'm concerned about the nuclear waste issue, but that's a relatively small amount volume wise. So I'm amazed, but I'm going to vote for this.
Further comments? Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think as I look around worldwide, I see countries going back to nuclear. France has always had probably the majority of their energy from nuclear. And as I went to BBC News this morning, I was surprised to find that of all countries, Japan is turning back to nuclear, and they're about to recommission a 50-year-old nuclear plant. So if they can do that in Japan with all the seismic activity there, we can certainly do it here. Thank you.
Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. I will not be voting for this HCR. In part because the only domestic effort to create a small modular reactor was by nuclear out in Utah. That went belly up in 2023 after a cost of $400 million in direct funding and 1.36 billion in cost share revenues. Also, the problem of low waste is not clearly understood. Using the same figures that were provided by NuScale, there was a study at Stanford University that concluded that because of economies of scale, because these don't function at a much smaller level, they produce up to 30 times as much waste as regular reactors. I'm not saying that I'm going to pull my stock in one study, but I'm saying there is controversy over this. And plus, finally, I'm going to be in opposition to this because I think when we're focusing so much on a technology that nobody is investing in, we're losing real opportunity to invest in other proven areas such as solar, wind, and hydro. And I think our first responsible needs to be investing in technology or encouraging the investment of technology that's already been proven to lower rates. So I will be voting against this bill.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that as we've heard going around the table, we all have different information that we like to focus on when we talk about nuclear. We probably aren't going to be building large-scale nuclear reactors unless they're needed. Are people around the world building small modular reactors? They are. Everyone is trying to drive the costs down, and even the IPCC has admitted that we can't get to net zero or we can't make significant strides without having clean baseload somewhere in the mix, right? So it's still a math problem that you have to solve for how many megawatts you need to service your human population. And I think that this bill, this resolution, does not harm the state of New Hampshire. What it does is set out sort of a declarative statement that the state understands that there is value in advanced nuclear. And so I don't see a problem with it. I will be voting for it. I don't think it does anything one way or another to really open up the state of New Hampshire. I think there are other ways for us to work with the federal government if there were interest in doing a pilot or that sort of thing. But I don't think nuclear is going to go away as part of the solution, and so I don't see any harm in the bill.
Additional comments. Representative Harrington.
Yeah, just to update, there are ongoing efforts right now. People are investing money. There's been a large data center that's talking about merging with 3 Mile Island that was closed and reopening that. That's something that's ongoing. They've got a memorandum of understanding. There's another 2 plants in the Midwest that were shut down that now people are looking at. The Palisades and Duane Arnold. In fact, I think it was, I'm not sure which is which, but one of them got $1 billion from some loan guarantee and another $1 billion from something else. So that looks to be going forward too. And in fact, on large reactors, even given the non-success of the 2 last projects that were built in Georgia, 2 duplicate projects in North Carolina or in South Carolina were canceled, and the governor of South Carolina has just come out and said they probably should restart those plants. So this is not just a dormancy where nothing's going on. There's a lot of people spending a lot of money right now.
Yes, according to Robert Bryce, there are 44 startups in the United States right now that are trying to develop small modular nuclear reactors. They won't all survive, but like any industry, there's going to be a lot of activity and a lot of money spent. Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ought to pass on HCR 2.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Brezhny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Matson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
No.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Thomas,
Wendy Thomas, no.
Representative Corman,
Yes.
Representative Reynolds,
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson,
Yes.
Chairman Vose.
Yes.
Okay, 16-2.
By a vote of 16 to 2, the committee adopts the motion about to pass on HCR 2. Vice Chair Thomas will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report?
There will, from Representative Wendy Thomas. However, I wasn't prepared for this, so it is not in your inbox, and it will be by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we're going to close the exec session on HCR 2. And our timing is pretty good. It's now 2:01, so we can move directly into more public hearings, which we will do. As I will open a public hearing on House Bill 759 FN relative to community energy generators. And I'll call to the table Representative Thomas Corman, who is the sponsor of the bill, to tell us all about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Corman, representing Grafton 15, Ward 3 of the lovely little city of Lebanon. This bill was actually written by the Community Power Coalition, so I have submitted it on their behalf. But there are a few things that I want to say about it, and I'm sure that Mr. Below will probably have much more to say than I have to say. This is an update from HB 1600 from last year, which actually we passed unanimously in committee, got through on consent, and then hit a bit of a roadblock in the Senate when the Department of Energy had some concerns, and it came back with most of it removed. One of the things that this bill does is it defines a community generator, and it puts it into the correct place in statute. So that's nice. But it also talks about what a community generator is, and it's just a customer generator who is producing less than 5 megawatts and is using its excess generation to offset the load obligation of a municipal or county aggregation. So for example, I am not yet a customer of Lebanon Community Power. I was, and then I got solar panels and I wanted to net meter, so I had to go back to default service. But I would be very happy to be a community generator and have the excess generation from my panels offset the load obligation of Lebanon Community Power. That would be terrific. Then I could net meter, which would be really nice. So what this bill does is it allows for community generators to actually do that type of net metering. The other thing that this bill does is that it actually sets up a beginning point for understanding how to adjust for the line loss. And I am not an expert on line loss. I will leave that to others to talk about. I do think this is a good bill. I think it just helps set certain things right. So with that, I will attempt to answer any questions, but I have to say they're better asked to other people.
Okay, thank you for that bill introduction. Questions for Representative Corman? I guess we don't have any. Oh, Representative McGee.
So this bill will solve your problem? of not being able to be a member of the Community Power Coalition currently, as well as net metering at the same time?
It would help, right? Because, I mean, there's still the issues of just the billing and all that, right? So this bill, you know, just by fiat doesn't solve the problem, but it helps.
Actually, I do have a question for you. I was messing with my paperwork and forgot that I had one. So the definition on line 3, page 1, line 3, of community generator, is this definition essentially saying that a community generator is the same thing as a municipal host?
No, I don't think so. I mean, as a person with panels on my house in my garage, if I'm selling or if I'm using my power to offset the load obligation of Lebanon Community Power, I don't think that makes me a municipal host. It just means that I'm a community generator. This might be a better question asked of Mr. Belo.
Okay. Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Appreciate it, Tom. Okay, next up is Matt Young and Mark Toscano of the New Hampshire Department of Energy, or Toscano. Please correct me on the pronunciation of your name.
Toscano is fine.
Toscano.
Yes, thank you.
Apologies if there's a handwriting mishap there, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Matt Young from the New Hampshire Department of Energy, and with me today is Mark Toscano, who's a regulatory analyst at the Department of Energy. The department is neutral on House Bill 759. Did have a few concerns that wanted to bring to the committee's attention here today. In sort of looking at this bill and studying the implications, had a few concerns, and mainly I think was sort of just addressed in the chairman's question there. We had some concerns that there was no lower limit on the in the definition there. That was one of the things we've been looking at, kind of trying to figure out what the implications of not having that would be. And then something else that we were kind of focused on in this legislation was the language on line 14 on page 1 in section 2, which inserts a maximum rated export capacity language. The department has a concern and maybe feels that nameplate capacity may be more appropriate for that space. But those are some of the things we're hoping to work with the legislature on if this bill does move forward. And I think with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions. And Mark Toscano is here to answer anything that I can.
Okay, questions for the DOE. Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You know, sometimes we get so bogged down in all this terminology here with community generator and net metering and blah, 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 blah. Can you maybe put it in simpler terms? Okay, what is going to change if this bill passes? What can happen that's not happening now?
And again, Cliff, Mr. Belo will be able to better explain it, but as I understand this will help offset the load obligation, right? That's the intent of this, offset the load obligation of some of the aggregated suppliers. Our initial concerns looking at this, and some of it cleared up, was on the minimum size. But I think after hearing some of the comments today, again, the intent is to allow pretty much anybody to participate as a community generator to help offset that load. But what we do have some additional concerns on is just the tracking and accounting of all of this. And again, I think the earlier comment was that some of those details have yet, will be worked out. But those were the two big things. And then on with regard to the export, and I think that's where you were going there, Representative Harrington, was the And in my case, we're working on a number of different things, including interconnection requirements. So there is the thing of net export capability, where you would, in some cases, it's because that's the maximum amount you can export based on what your base native load is, or you have a limiting device or system that you can limit your export capacity. And sometimes developers on the larger systems are proposing that so they can minimize the amount of cost that the upgrades on the utility side that they would have to do. So for instance, if you had a 1 megawatt generator, but the local distribution system can only handle 500 kilowatts, you would limit it to 500 kilowatts at that time. So those are the kinds of things that we'd like to get a little more clarity on as we go through this. Is, what are the implications if this wording gets inserted in?
Follow up?
Follow up.
So right now, there's no such thing as a community generator?
Not to my understanding, no.
All right, thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you both. Appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from Sam Evans Brown of Clean Energy New Hampshire. I moved you up in the rotation so you wouldn't have to rush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Sam Evans Brown with Clean Energy New Hampshire. Clean Energy New Hampshire is in favor of this bill. Similar to last year when we heard House Bill 1600, I'd like to just convey what I think are some of the elegant features of the program as envisioned here. Currently, if you're trying to do a community scale generation project, we're engaged in sort of a game of accounting where generators build their project or have an existing project, and then they have to line up what are referred to as off-takers that are whose accounts are credited for the generation that a community, either solar or hydro, are the two dominant technologies that access group net metering in the state of New Hampshire. They receive these bill credits. It, to a certain extent, to be glib, is a accounting fiction. The electrons go where they go, and certain customers get the credit for those electrons regardless of whether or not they're actually consuming said electrons. And we allow that accounting fiction because we are trying to be encouraging of this community scale generation for many of the reasons that I'm sure this committee has heard me talk about in the past. The unique value of generation that is sited close to load, that is recognized through the state's net metering program. However, all of that rigmarole of signing up these customers, of registering groups, is administratively burdensome and meaningfully does add costs to the process of bringing these generators online versus what is contemplated in this bill, which is to simply allow those generators to be seen as essentially a load offset for a community power aggregation through which all of the members of that aggregation would see the financial benefits of that community generation coming online, which, many of us over in my neck of the woods have been concerned for a very long time about who does have access to the distributed energy revolution that we think that we're experiencing in the U.S. And right now, the answer to that is homeowners, the folks who are savvy enough to sign themselves up to be part of a community generator. And it's not your regular Tom, Dick, and Harry who are just regular ratepayers. They're not necessarily getting access to the state's net metering program. And I see this approach as being a very elegant solution to that problem by which all ratepayers, similar to when utilities make investments in distributed energy resources, see the rate benefit of this DER revolution. So that is why we support this bill. Certainly, I think there are maybe some issues to be sorted out. I've heard some thought about the language around peak capacity. I think all of that can be solved, and I would just encourage the committee to take a hard look at this one because we think it's a really, really nice approach.
Thank you, Sam. As usual, very good testimony. To the point. Any questions for Representative Harrington has one?
Yeah, just to try to make sure we get this straight again now, other than the maximum output, which goes up to less than 5 for community generator and up to 1 for a customer generator, are there any real differences in this, the way they're being treated, other than the amount of maximum output?
I think the answer to that is essentially no. You know, I would rely on the folks from the Community Power Coalition who brought this bill forward to answer the more detailed questions. But the question of how you do the accounting, you know, I think that really when we discussed this bill last year, this was essentially seen as a clarification of something that we thought might be already allowed under the municipal host definition. So I think this is a fairly incremental step and really isn't a huge change to the current status quo.
Okay, and quick follow-up.
Yes.
What's a heat-led combined heat and power system?
A great question. Well, so typically combined heat and power, you can have a system that generates electricity first, and then the waste heat is used for some, you know,
Space
lower
heat.
heat. Right, exactly. But heat led is the opposite, where you have a heat led, you know, you have a heating system, and any excess that you've got can be siphoned off to run a small turbine. Typically, they don't generate terribly much. I believe an example of this is the equipment that is installed down at Froling. Folks have heard from Froling Energy a number of times, and they I believe have a heat led system where they have essentially they're drying chips, and then with the excess they're spinning a small turbine.
Okay, thank you.
I believe there are a couple of sawmills up north that use the same thing. Did I hear you imply that this could be a substitute for group net metering?
Yeah, and I would say that the membership of Clean Energy New Hampshire, you know, Clean Energy New Hampshire's membership is quite broad, but there are a lot of solar developers that are represented in our membership, and I'd say their interest really comes from that specific market segment. That currently there's a great deal of regulatory risk in the group net metering program in New Hampshire because of the 2040 end date and the lack of certainty as to what will be in place when the net metering program is allowed to sunset. And so something that is more market driven and wouldn't be subject to the same regulatory risk is immensely appealing to a lot of those developers, since these are very long lived assets and they're trying to get loans so they can get their projects built.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, we'll move along. And next call on, where did I put my pink cards? They fell on the floor. Sorry about that. They fell on the floor. Let's hear next from Deanna Dennis of the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Dina Dennis, and here with me today is
Clifton Below.
we're both with the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. We support House Bill 759 because it provides a market-based alternative to utility default service net metering in a way that offers new options for customers and local generators up to 5 megawatts, and in a way that can lower costs for all ratepayers. This change is needed because current law only allows community power programs and competitive suppliers to offer net metering programs to customers up to 1 megawatts. As others alluded to, just wanted to remind the committee of its unanimous support for this policy concept last year, and we hope that the committee will take a similar position for this year. So just a couple of things about this bill. So this bill opens up new options for competitive entities in I'll call it a competitively neutral way. So it allows this construct for not only community power aggregations, which is what the bill did last year, but it also allows this concept to be open to competitive suppliers. So for customers that are served by a competitive supplier, they would also have the option to partake in these programs. And just underscoring that in this way, these community generators lower wholesale power costs and transmission costs that benefit all consumers. And then lastly, in relation to section, I believe 3, makes an important change to the requirements for how net meter generation exports to the distribution grid are settled for competitive suppliers and community power programs. Because the current requirements in current law have not yet been implemented, this bill provides the commission with a starting point to determine what's called an appropriate line loss adjustment. So as electricity is transported on the bulk, the high voltage transmission system steps down at substations, goes down to distribution level, there are losses. So part of the law requires the commission to make an appropriate line loss determination. That law has been on the books for almost 5 years now, and a determination has not been made. So this bill would provide a starting point, which is 50% of what the utilities report. So we think this will help jumpstart the market and provide clarity. And I believe Clifton has a few additional comments about that piece.
Sure. A couple of things. One is the notion that this form of load settlement is unusual is not exactly true. The state of Texas, for instance, more than a decade ago, created a competitive market where if a generator was a customer of a particular supplier, that export to the grid would be counted in their load settlement. Pretty straightforward. More recently, in Maine, Central Maine Power either has or was proposing to make a similar change in a presentation that they made to the metering work group of ISO New England back in September. They did explain that in Maine, there's 2 options for net metering. One is what they called net energy billing credit, and that credit is tracked to the supplier of record, and it is used to offset what they otherwise have to buy. That's sort of the notion of the load reducer. It's not load reduction is relative to the regional transmission grid and the bulk power supply. So if you're local and you offset local load and reduce the power that comes from the transmission grid, that's load reduction relative to the ISO New England market. So in Maine, both are enabled that, or the power can be sold into ISO New England, and they have or are implementing a load settlement system that accounts for both. But this bill doesn't really change anything about the load settlement question except to provide a starting point in determining what the line loss is. And that's sort of, we've kind of been around on circles on that. Eversource keeps its line loss studies confidential. They didn't say they could come up with a number. We've asked a number of engineering firms that do this, and they all sort of shrugged their shoulders and said, we don't know how to come up with a number. What we do know is the line loss from the high voltage transmission grid, every time you go through transformation of the voltage, you lose energy in the form of heat. And you also lose energy in the form of heat when it travels through wires. So line loss is both line and transformer loss. And there's a certain amount when you step down from the transmission grid. There's less when you put power onto the local grid, and it's offsetting the nearest loads on the distribution grid. So that's just how that's resolved. And I would also note that to the extent load settlement needs to change, there are vendors out there who are changing it to do precisely this kind of accounting. And one example is Itron's advanced settlement system that is specifically designed to account for energy in all these different ways and be able to support that kind of settlement. But that's really a question for the commission to determine. And I think the only other point I wanted to make is the maximum rated export capacity is that is a concept from those model IREC rules that the department was asked to develop model rules or rules for distributed energy resources. And it simply recognizes the fact that today there are technologies, including inverter-based systems, smart inverters, that can be engineered to limit how much goes onto the grid. So for example, you could couple, if you knew a place on the grid that only has capacity for, say, 1.5 megawatts, you could maybe put in a solar project that's more than that, plus storage, that has a combined, because maybe all the power goes to the storage inverter, it can be engineered so it can be limited to that 1.5 megawatts. Even if the nominal nameplate capacity is more, it just never would export more. And it might be that that is what the distribution system can handle at that point. So it just updates the language, but it's not a critical part of the bill. What's critical is how this is different than a municipal host. Because a municipal host, there are no real off-takers. It doesn't offset anyone's individual load. To the extent it reduces load, it's socialized across all ratepayers. So this gives an opportunity for projects, particularly in the 1 to 5 megawatt range, to not be that you would not qualify for any compensation from the utility for energy or capacity. It has to come from the community power aggregation or the competitive power supplier who's buying that power in a net metering relationship and that surplus power. So in that way, it avoids the issue of cost shifting that occurs now with municipal hosts. And for the city of Lebanon, we just recently finished work on a 1 megawatt landfill gas to energy project. And the only practical option for it was to be selling its power to Liberty through net metering. And what both the city would like and the coalition serving Lebanon Community Power would like is to use that 1 megawatt of power to offset Lebanon Community Power's load, which is always much more than that, what it can export to the grid. So it's a way, it's an alternative that gets us out of the utility having to provide the compensation and gets the utility out of having to do all this accounting for group net metering or municipal host situations.
So do you anticipate that community power member communities would take advantage of this legislation should it pass to install up to 5 megawatts of local generation?
Yes, I would. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the question, Chairman Vose. Actually, the coalition did a survey of its membership last spring, and I think about 40 of the 60 members at the time last year responded. And there's about 30 projects in mind that communities are either they have plans or they're interested in developing, or they'd be interested in, being this off-taker of such a community generator facility. So we know that there is interest there.
Further questions, Representative Harrington?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So it sounds like this is giving the biggest change here is it's giving someone from 1 to 5 1 to less than 5 megawatts, the option of getting out of net metering and going to this community generator thing, where the effect of what they're doing. I mean, you could take an existing net metering system now that was 4 megawatts and switch it over to this. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. You could have a group host situation where they say, because of the uncertainty as to future default service prices, we have a competitive supplier who will give us a fixed price for a longer term. We'd rather do that contract. And then they're out of this whole issue of cost shifting between the utility compensating the net meter generation.
Follow up. So it doesn't, it just gives another option then for this 1 to 5 range of things rather than net metering, and basically gets you out of the default service business or even tie into that.
It's still technically within net metering. It's just that it's no longer net metering with the utility.
Okay.
It's,
all right.
yeah.
All right. I think I get it. Thank you.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a related question. I just wonder if you could clarify on page 1, lines lines 28 and 29, where it says accounting and compensation for the energy supply and avoided generation capacity value of its output. Is that the same as net metering, or if it's not, what's the difference?
Yeah, that it's referencing RSA 362A9 Roman 2 is a part of the net metering statute, because this is being defined within the context of net metering. And the text of that statute is on page 2 at the bottom in the footnote of Dina's testimony.
Additional comments or questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dina and Cliff, for being here. It's coming back to me now why we were unanimous on HB 1600 last year. And so I guess my question is enabling this allowing more communities to be able to actively lower their energy costs, which I think is a goal of everybody on this committee?
Yes, I would say the answer is yes. It's just giving actually two more options for local energy projects or existing generators. They want to sell their output, their power produced. They now would have two other options, because right now the only option they have is through default service, utility default service net metering, or they could, not do net metering and, participate in the ISO New England markets.
And follow up?
Follow up.
So my follow-up question would be then, would you think that the implementation of this language would increase people wanting to enact these kinds of projects to solve some of their own local energy problems?
Yeah, I do. I do think that the New Hampshire legislature opening the market by making this change in statute would cause more interest in this construct. I think the other piece to that though is the interconnection queue, and it's a very long process. And I know the Department of Energy is working to develop draft rules that would be uniformly applied across all utilities in the state. So that's another good thing that puts us in the right direction.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you for being here. You always do a good job of explaining things and making it very clear. I just want to give you some feedback. You're probably never going to hear this again, but I just really appreciate that you use a larger font. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Representative Harrington.
The part about the line loss, it seems kind of arbitrary that just pick one half of the utility published distribution system losses. Is this sort of a kick in the pants to the PUC to say come up with a number because no one's coming up with one?
Yeah, I mean, it is arbitrary. It's as good of a guess as, the squirrel out in the tree could make. But in the absence of action, because there hasn't been action on that, and the law that provided this was passed nearly 5 years ago, we're just saying, hey, here's probably a ballpark figure. Unless or until the utilities are willing to share that data and provide that information to us, to other stakeholders, and to the commission, we think that's a good starting place.
Follow up? No follow-up needed. Okay. Further questions? Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And while we have you here, my good friend, the representative prime sponsor from the Micropolis of Lebanon, mentioned that it partially solved his problem, but it didn't completely solve his problem, and that there was still issues with the billing. So it seems like these customer generators or whatever, community generators, will be paid by the aggregator for their net metering. So is that billing a problem, or is where's the hang up on that?
The billing itself is not a problem. We're prepared to dual bill, meaning separately bill or credit such a customer, because the utilities can't really support that now, and we're not asking them to do that at this scale. So we and I think most competitive suppliers are perfectly capable of separately billing outside of the utility system for something like this. It'd be ideal if we could use the utility system, but it's not critical.
Further questions? Representative McGee.
This is just a nit, but I think I remember somewhere on line 7 on page 2, there's the bolded language.
Yes.
Says load servicing. Isn't that supposed to be load serving entity?
It is.
All right. Well, I'm gonna mention that for you, Clifton.
Yes, thank you. Somehow it ended up as load service. Then they said it was trying to fix that to load serving entity, but it ended up at load servicing entity.
Be comedy of error status there.
Right.
But so we could make that change if we were interested in having it go into statute correctly.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, noted. That change is noted. Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, we'll call next on Ms. Jody Grimless from the Granite State Hydropower Association. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You're not typically used to seeing me today, but my colleague Heidi Kroll had a conflict. So I will be here today just to give some quick remarks from Granite State Hydropower Association. They have a concern, and it's a very specific concern on this bill. It's specifically, and I think it's already been alluded to by Mr. Belo, as not critical. Page 1, line 14, the bill proposes to strike the phrase total peak generating capacity and replace it with brand new language. That existing phrase has been interpreted for many years to mean nameplate capacity, and we believe that that interpretation has been working well. We're not sure of any issues with it, and we're very concerned about why that change is necessary, because we're concerned there's unintended consequences to changing that well-known interpreted language for something new. And I will leave it at that. And if you have questions, I'll bring them back. May not have the answer today, but that is one of our concerns.
Questions for Ms. Grimless? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Grimless, for taking my question. So on that point, total peak generating capacity seems pretty clear. Rated nameplate capacity seems to be clearly understood. Maximum rated export capacity at the point of interconnection. I don't think I've ever seen that language used before, but I guess the point would be what it is the bill is trying to get at in terms of determining. I think there was an example given that you might not be qualified at the point of interconnection to put power on the system that is commensurate with the full plate capacity, correct?
Right, that's what I just heard today in testimony. I'll bring that back to the organization, but again, they wanted to bring that to your attention, that if that language isn't really necessarily to change, then maybe it doesn't need to. So I'll circle back and respond in writing.
And follow up? Well, then,
follow up.
Can I just ask, I understand what you're saying in terms of having consistent understanding or consistent language so that your understanding of how this works is remaining the way it's understood. So what would be the language? I know there's stricken language here. Are you advocating for that stricken language, or is there some other interpretation you're trying to get to?
No other interpretation. We would just say leave it alone. Like go back to total peak generating capacity, take out the new language because we think it's not clear and we think there's potential unintended consequences. We just want to make sure that they're not. And again, maybe there's another way to get at the issue that Mr. Belo was trying to speak to.
And so can I just ask, based on the language that's here, then, if it was total peak generating capacity, like commensurate with the point of interconnection? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what they're trying to get at here with the specificity that's here.
We are trying to get at the concern that we don't think we need to change the language. I will certainly go back to the group and ask if they have any other suggestions, or maybe talk to Deanna and Mr. Belo. But that is their concern. Is when they read this language, they went, why are we doing that? That's unintended consequences to come, and we'd like to not have that happen.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none. we will give the last word on this legislation to Michael Licata from Eversource.
Good afternoon. Again, Michael Licata representing Eversource Energy. Appreciate the opportunity to testify before you this afternoon. We are opposed to HB 759. A lot of the concepts contained within this bill have been previously discussed in part of earlier testimony on earlier bills. I would note that several of these concepts, as was previously discussed, are part of active adjudications. Just 2 or 3 quick areas of concern to point out. One are the changes on page 2. We would have a concern, one that has been discussed, that simply reducing the line loss by half of the utility assumption is just an arbitrary figure. I think that the onus of how this is constructed is for the entity who seeks the commission to review their net metering proposal should come forth with a line loss study to show that there is actual data behind that. So again, concerned with the arbitrary nature of just picking a number out of the air. Also on that point has been discussed previously, a number of these proposals could implicate utility load settlement processes, utility systems. And so we certainly would not want to erode the requirement that the Public Utilities Commission has a role in reviewing those proposals before they move forward. And then finally, and it's obviously this is there's a lot to this language, but as with previous bills, I would also point out that provisions allowing either a community generator, distributed energy resource to assign portions of their output to other load assets. In our view, and this is an active adjudication before the Public Utilities Commission, those wholesale transactions are the exclusive jurisdiction of the Federal Regulatory Commission. And so trying to construct a state system to bypass those wholesale transactions at the regional and federal level, we do think is in violation of the law. Happy to answer any questions that I can.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Representative Harrington?
Yeah, it says in here, the utility published distribution system line losses. So I assuming that means there must be a utility published distribution value for line loss. Where does that come from?
So I'd be happy to go back to our team on how they estimate the line losses and how those are communicated.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions, Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Licata, for taking my question. So when you mentioned that the jurisdiction of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, is that true for inter versus intra-state energy transactions? Like, I thought there was a distinction there.
So
they would not be involved if it was interstate.
So that
Intrastate.
exact question is the topic of basically legal briefs before the Public Utilities Commission. It's called the LIPA docket. It has been ongoing.
How long has that been ongoing? Because I recall this question for a really
Yep.
long time in my history.
I know it's been an open question for, I think, well over a year or two. I don't have the exact number, but we're at the, obviously procedural schedule of the Public Utilities Commission.
Additional questions?
Thanks.
Seeing none. That's the last pink card we have for this bill, so I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 759 FN. And next, we'll open a public hearing on House Bill 760 FN. This is relative to utility default service, and I will recognize the prime sponsor of this legislation, Representative Thomas Corman, to introduce the bill to us. All yours, Tom.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Tom Corman, representing Grafton 15, the fabulous micropolis of Lebanon, but I represent officially only Ward 3, but I like to speak for the whole city. Utilities provide default service. Not everybody takes default service. There are people on community power. There are people from other competitive suppliers. The utilities get rates set for default service twice a year, set by the PUC. And it can happen that the actual cost borne by the utility exceeds what they're able to recover in those rates that were set. And this is actually going to be more likely going forward because the PUC is encouraging the utilities to purchase less of their electricity on fixed contracts and more on the spot markets, which of course are volatile. And we've seen, in fact, sometimes very extreme volatility. So it could come to pass that a utility is not recovering its costs from the rates that were there, and therefore needs to recover those costs somehow. Currently, they can actually recover those costs through non-bypassable charges that go to all the utility customers, regardless of whether those customers are on default service. So I'm not on community power, but Chairman Vos, I believe you're on community power. So if your default service rate is insufficient, you could end up paying for that, even though you're not a default service customer. So what this bill says, pretty simply, is that when those rates or when those charges need to be recovered for default service, they're recovered from only default service customers. So those on community power, those on competitive suppliers, they had nothing to do with it, and they shouldn't be paying for it. And this bill also sets a time frame for this, saying that the recovery should take no longer than a year. You can't just keep stretching it out. And really, that's what this bill is about.
Okay, thank you for that. A couple of quick questions for you. Are you aware of any attempt by the utilities to extract over or under collected monies from their entire distribution base?
Well, they have the ability to bake that into distribution rates. They have the ability to bake it into any of the non-bypassable charges, as far as I know. The concern I have, of course, is that with utilities relying on more volatile markets going forward, the prospect for this happening is increasing.
So this is proactive legislation then that tries to get ahead of something that hasn't actually happened yet?
As far as I know, that's true. Others who testify may have more information.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none, we'll move along.
And thank you for allowing me to laud my city.
You're welcome. Next, we'll call to the table the Honorable James Garrity, former chair of this committee, as I understand it. So, Mr. Garrity, it's an honor to have you here. That's what I've heard, yeah. Nobody's cooler than Vice Chair Thomas, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone. My name is Jim Garrity. I'm a resident of Atkinson, New Hampshire. and I just handed out a real brief outline. I shouldn't take more than 3 minutes. I come to this issue from four different perspectives. As a former legislator, I served here from 2004 to 2012, served as the chair in my last term. And I'm also a member of the Residential Ratepayers Advisory Board, the board that advises the consumer advocate. And I've been on that board since I was appointed by the Speaker in 2013 through 2025. And I specifically represent residential ratepayers before the OCA. So in other words, all of you. I speak for you before the OCA. I'm also on the board of directors of the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire, CPC&H. Atkinson just joined last June, and we've saved $270,000 through December. It's been a great program. And I'm also the chair of the Atkinson Energy Commission, which is our local energy commission. Been doing that since 2004. And in those 20 years, I've been basically a 1.5 trick pony. I believe that electric rates can go down. It's achievable. And we always want to tell people, the cheapest kilowatt is the one you never use. So shut off the lights. When I was chairman here, we used to shut off the side lights because these are useless. We don't need these. But in any case, that's where I'm coming from. And I want to leave you with a 1, 2, 3. One question you should always be asking on any piece of legislation. How will this impact rates? When I was a legislator and the lobbyists would come through here, I'd always say, how will this impact rates? Are they going up or are they going down? As a member of the Residential Ratepayers Advisory Board, when Don Crease is going through some of the PUC dockets, I'll always raise my hand and say, Don, what's this going to do to electric rates? Are they going to go up or down? If he says they'll probably go up, I say, you got to fight this, Don. You can't let them do this. As the board of directors of Community Power Coalition, the reason I wanted to be on the board was to remind the coalition, never forget the foundational value of lower electric rates. That's the power of CPC&H. That's the foundation of CPC&H. And I always like to remind them, look, we can change the world, but lower electric rates is what we're about, and we need to keep doing that. And then on the Atkinson Energy Commission, we always ask ourselves, how can we lower rates for the town government and for people in town? And that's why we went through this community power exercise. It's been a huge success. People love it, love us. They think we're rock stars. So the 3 questions, that was the first question. How will this impact rates? 1 question, 2 evils that have been facing us since I've been a legislator. Cost shifting, that's evil. And subsidies are evil. Because ratepayers end up paying those costs. They always end up on the left side of the electric bill in some kind of a hidden stranded cost somewhere. We can't let that happen. And then I leave you with 3 principles. Free market competition works. We've seen that happen with the community power law that you folks amended a few years ago to make it happen. It's been an amazing success. In just a year and a half, you've seen what's happened. Rates have gone from, I paid 26 cents a kilowatt hour as a Unitil customer not too long ago. Now I'm paying less than 9 cents. Right? It works. Competition works. The power of group purchasing works. The second principle, those who take risks should pay for the risks. So if competitive suppliers, if the Community Power Coalition, if we're going out to hedge our power purchases and we guess wrong, then we need to pay for those risks by drawing from our reserves. In the same way, the default investor-owned utilities need to do the same. If they guess wrong and they don't make enough money, they should recover that through either their customers, not everyone else, or they are an investor-owned utility. So maybe they should be investor-owned risks, but don't take it from a socialized assessment on all ratepayers. And last, legislative clarity brings regulatory clarity. You, as legislators, have the power to tell the PUC in the competitive supply space, there will be no cost shifting, there'll be no stranded costs associated with losses, and no socializing those losses across people that aren't even your power customers. So I would urge you to please vote ought to pass on House Bill 760. I even printed this on green paper to remind you to press the green button. Any questions?
Wonderful testimony. Thank you very much. Questions for the Honorable Mr. Garrity? I have one.
Oh, yes, sir.
Do you think that the PUC has a responsibility, even an obligation, to protect default service because it is the provision, or it is the service of last resort for the provision of electricity?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Yep. Short and sweet. Appreciate it. Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll move along. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Next, we'll call on Alex Spidell of the New Hampshire PUC.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vose, members of the committee. Thank you for having us here this afternoon. The Public Utilities Commission would like to speak in opposition to this bill. And the first piece of important information, I think there was some hinting at it earlier, but it's important to clarify that with regards to the changes that are being proposed under Part 1 of this bill, there are actually two definitely open and one potentially open dockets at the commission where we're adjudicating this very same issue. So Eversource in DE 24-112 in the stranded cost reconciliation charge proceeding, they actually made this proposal on their own, reflecting their practice down in Massachusetts as a suggestion because of the backstop or service of last resort role of default service, that these reconciliation under collections or over collections would either be collected from all distribution rate payers or flowed back to distribution rate payers as a credit. And we obliged Eversource by opening a proceeding on the basis of their petition. We haven't decided it yet. There's going to be a hearing on it on May the 8th, and testimony is going to be filed on March 11th and thereafter. And it's also connected with their D 24046 default service proposal. So that's being adjudicated right now. We haven't decided anything at the PUC on that. For Unitil, likewise, in 24065, the Unitil company just filed a proposal on February the 14th regarding the same reconciliation treatment. And Unitil landed saying, we think that this may be a fair way to proceed to have it shifted over to the distribution consumers, both as a credit if there's an overcollection or as a debit if it's an undercollection. And in the Liberty DE 24061 March hearings that are forthcoming, there's expected to be discussion on this point. It's not directional. The company hasn't proposed anything, but they have an open mind about a number of different reforms that they're interested in talking about. So why is all that relevant? The commission has not yet decided that it's just reasonable and in the public interest to have these charges applied to distribution consumers. The theory that's been presented by two of the three utilities is that as the service of last resort, it's important to protect the financial integrity of default service. And furthermore, we do know at the commission, based on our investigation data regarding our new market-based procurements, that the upside is more common in nearly every instance than the downside. So we've crunched some numbers. I'll give this as a general figure, but there is volatility in the markets, but because we have proxy prices that build in NYMEX futures and other expected outcomes, over the years, it's hard to beat the wholesale markets. It's impossible to beat the wholesale markets because that's the no middleman, lowest price option. So in such an instance where the commission is working to add more and more up to the 50% mark, those are the proposals that are on the table for the utilities right now compared to say 12.5% about a year ago. The prices that we're offering default service customers are lower. They're all below 9 cents at the present time. So moving on to part 2 of the bill, this is also of concern to the commission because it says repeal RSA 374-F:3 Roman 5D E and F. The utility restructuring principles regarding universal service are repealed. So when you actually thumb through the RSAs on that, there's some good things in here. Under D, which would be repealed by this proposal, it says the commission should establish transition and default service appropriate to the particular circumstances of each jurisdictional utility. That means it's not a one-size-fit-all for our 3 investor-owned utilities. That's good to have remain in there. Then there's Part E. Notwithstanding any provision of subparagraphs B and C as competitive markets develop, the Commission may approve alternative means of providing transition or default services which are designed to minimize customer risk, not unduly harm the development of competitive markets, and mitigate against price volatility without creating new deferred costs if the Commission determines such means to be in the public interest. The Commission views that public interest standard to be very important and helpful, and this alternative means of providing default service to have a good thing in our back pocket. We live in very uncertain times. We recognize this. Our regional electricity markets are performing very well. What we worked for 15 years ago to bring that to fruition, I think folks like Mr. Bilo were working 25 or 30 years ago to bring that to fruition, are finally coming to the benefit of the New Hampshire ratepayer because of all the work that ISO's done, that our local regulators have done, FERC has done. And so, yes, that's good, but if in the future we need to revamp default service using alternative means based on emergency conditions that may develop in this world of ours, that's good to not have that removed. And then finally, Part F relates to renewable energy source default service. So that essentially is designed to offer the utilities a renewable default service offering if they'd like. So I would encourage the committee to vote against this particular proposal. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I just want to make sure I understood what you said. You said upside was more common than downsides. Does that mean that if the utilities were to try to recover their costs with a non-bypassable charge, that they'd occasionally collect from ratepayers, but more often they would give back to ratepayers?
Yes, based on the data that I've seen, what we developed at the commission, the proxy prices that are being built into the market program are such that you would always see in 99 out of 100 instances an overcollection. That means you get a refund to the ratepayers. So that's a benefit for the ratepayer to have it brought to the entire distribution community. However, again, this is information that we have developed internally and we're looking at, but the utilities that are making these proposals have to justify these positions themselves, and they've brought very compelling arguments. There are, of course, compelling arguments against, and the commission is very carefully examining those arguments. One of the arguments is a socialization argument, where you have 2 sets of ratepayers. You've got the default service community, and then you have, on the other hand, the distribution ratepayer community, which is everybody. One of the counter arguments, again, I'm just providing information that was presented to the commission. I'm not opining on any of this. One of the counter arguments is that, well, look, anyone can go back onto default service if they're not happy with their competitive supplier, if they're not happy with the terms of service. One thing that's popped up in the competitor supplier community, some of your constituents may have heard about this, is that you get a teaser rate and it's kind of like a balloon mortgage. All of a sudden your rates start really going up. Well, up until now, you've been able to call folks at the Department of Energy and maybe get some of that straightened out. But in any event, you're definitely able to go back onto default service at the first available opportunity. So default service is a safe harbor. It is meant to offer consumers a sense of certainty that, yes, competition is great. It's very good to embark upon that. But the incumbent utilities, through the legislature's enactments, are offering this to enable consumers a sense of security that no matter what, they're able to have that 6-month fixed rate. They're able to get that, and they know that the Public Utilities Commission and the Department of Energy are watchdogging the whole structure.
Okay, one other quick question. You mentioned some docket numbers. DE 24-122 is an Eversource docket.
Yes, 24-112, that's SCRC, Stranded Cost Reconciliation Charge docket, and that's under review. So the Eversource company actually came up with this on their own, and they came to the commission. They said, could you please review this proposal? And we said, okay, we're going to have this moved over to this part of the SCRC docket, and we're going to have further process. So there's interveners, there's pros, there's cons. All the parties are coming to the table, and they're going to be able to develop testimony and offer that to the commission for our consideration. And no definitive rulings have been made on that.
Were there docket numbers for Unitil and Liberty?
Yes, the Unitil default service proposal where they made that request regarding reconciliation is 24-065. The proposal was filed on February the 14th. And so how it was structured was the commission said, based on what Eversource is doing, would you be able to assess whether it is reasonable to make such a proposal in your own structure? And they responded in the affirmative, and they did so.
Okay. Additional questions for Mr. Spido? Tony Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Spido, for coming in. You say that the PUC has an open mind on this legislation, and an open mind, I presume, on the question about whether the idea behind the legislation is actually beneficial to, the state's interests. But you seem to be coming down on the side of protecting the utilities as a safe harbor, as you call them. But I don't hear you say anything about opening up the utility space to market forces, which is, this bill, to my mind, seems to be doing. It seems to be trying to, reset the market forces so that they're actually working in a fair way. So how do you reconcile those two interests, the interest for market reform and the interest for protecting the utility as a default?
Could you be a little more specific in terms of how you're characterizing what I'm trying to get us across? Because what I was trying to explain was that default service it's offered by the utilities not as a profit center, but it's just a pass through. The idea behind it is that it's a service of last resort, that whenever the consumer wants to go back to home base, so to speak, they can come back to home base to default service. Utilities make no profit off of it. And the commission, through its orders, has encouraged the utilities to seek the lowest price, wholesale price, with no middleman, to offer that benefit to the consumers. So if you look at the pricing trend over the last 3 years, it's decidedly downward. Now, if you were to talk about competition, I would say that every competitive supplier has to figure out the market strategy for themselves. The commission has nothing to do with that. We don't manage the community power structure. We only register the different plans that come through, and we don't regulate the competitive third-party power suppliers.
I mean, not to enter into a debate, but I mean, I'll just try to phrase this as a question. Don't you see that, or would you not agree that by protecting the utilities' risk in this manner, you're basically prejudicing competitive suppliers?
Well, the question hasn't been definitively decided. It's being adjudicated right now. So I personally have no capability of protecting anyone. The commission will decide. The three commissioners are going to hear the arguments, and they are keenly interested in this area. And there's a lot of, I would imagine, debate and interest in the regulatory community. We've been getting a lot of filings on it, and I'm sure we'll get a lot of testimony and interesting data points to ponder. But I would say that it's a live issue at the commission right now for this winter and spring. It hasn't been decided definitively. And perhaps if once the commission rules, if the legislature wishes to revisit the issue, that would be another matter. But I would recommend to the committee that give the commission a chance to go through its process to enable the participants and the parties to make their arguments, for the commission to make its assessment, and perhaps to see how things develop. Thank
Further
you.
questions? Representative McGee.
I think I have a question. Hi, Mr. Spidel. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good, thanks. So I guess where I want to go with this is your testimony has brought us to, in my mind, a different place than where we started with testimony on the bill. And I understand there's quite a bit going on relative to stranded charge proposals with the Eversource case, and I wrote down all the other cases that are currently pending that deal with this question. But to get back to the original intent of the bill, it sounded to me as though the concern was that under and overcharges would be socialized across customers who were not necessarily on default service, right? That was one of the things that it sought to address. So the question is that something that the Public Utilities Commission is actually about to respond to, or is there any end in sight for when we will have an understanding of whether those costs should be borne by all customers, including people who are not on default service?
Yes, there will be decisions rendered relatively soon. So Unitil has requested that a ruling be rendered by early April.
Okay.
And in the Eversource instance, again, the hearing is on May the 8th. So those are two firm timelines that you can hang your hat on. Liberty, again, Liberty has taken an approach with the commission where they're more open-ended in terms of they don't make them directional petitions, but they throw out ideas for the commission's consideration in the default service context. They've been, I would say, in some ways, they've been a kind of a pathfinder in offering solutions to the commission. For example, when the 2022 market panic happened in Western Europe partly as a consequence of events in Eastern Europe, Liberty's personnel offered to the commission insight regarding what was going on in their affiliates in the Midwest with direct market procurement having been successful. And also they were warning us of the potential for what is called a failed auction on the fixed price side of things. And in fact, they suffered a situation that initially they found no takers for the fixed price contracts because things were so tight. Things were tight on Wall Street. Things were tight in Calgary and Houston and all these places where they decide these things. The panic abated, but the idea lived on. And so I think the definite directional thing for two of the investor-owned utilities, I would say by the end of May, you'll know what's going on. And
Okay.
of course, there's scope for rehearing and things like that, but end of May, early June.
And follow-up?
Follow-up.
The last thing I'd like to understand better is the idea of protecting the default service providers. I think we all agree that we want default service to continue to be a backstop for customers if they go into the supply market and then want to retreat back, or they find that they're not getting the value that they're hoping to with whoever they're using for their supply, and they want to be able to go back to a default service provider. We want that to be preserved, but I'm not really sure I understand the argument for how that is in any way threatened by the fact that there would be other competitors in the market. I wonder if you could maybe speak to that a little bit.
To be honest, when in reading the language, there's not much having to do with expanding the competitive framework. It's just you get rid of those three provisions, essentially renewable energy default service is gone, alternative means of providing default service is gone under Part 2 of the bill, which again, the commission thinks is pretty important given in the world in which we exist. And the first thing is that you have the theory of default service that's presented under Part D. And I took off my sticky, which is always a dangerous angle, but the commission should establish default service appropriate to the particular circumstances of each jurisdictional utility. So it gets rid of the language that enables the commission to tailor things to different companies. So you have Eversource, which is very big. They have a lot of market power in terms of being able to go out into the markets and say, hey, we're serving this $1 billion plus load. Can we make a deal? That's what they do during their bidding. But for our smaller investor-owned utilities, the participation space of sellers is getting smaller for these fixed contracts. It's not as big as it used to be. And as part of that, there is a lot of what is called migration, not only to third-party suppliers, but also to the community aggregation structure. And that's fine. That's okay. But they're the world at large is telling us, why would we bid on a fixed price contract on a smaller and smaller piece of the pie? Because you have so many towns and cities moving off. So we're just trying to alert the legislature that certainly Part 2 of the bill, we want to remain nimble. We want to keep those authorities in place. They've worked well. And under Part 1 of the bill, give us a chance to adjudicate the issue. The legislature always has the capability to revisit issues and has in the past based on adjudications that might not sit well. But I would say in this instance, the commission has been taking an eagle eye to this issue and really is very focused on this right now.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony and call Matt Young from the Department of Energy. Guess we've kept you busy today, huh?
Yeah. Good to see everybody again. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Matt Young from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this bill, but we do echo the concerns of the Public Utilities Commission that you just heard prior to me coming up here. I think that it's important to note that this is, as just heard sort of at length, I won't go too much into it, that this is a focus of an active adjudication. And I mentioned this earlier, but there's quite a bit of information and back and forth that goes on in those adjudications, and that docket includes reams and reams of sworn statements, testimony, filings that would help maybe provide a little more context on kind of what the issue is here today. And the next, it's sort of been talked about sort of in questions and testimony here this afternoon. But I think what's maybe getting lost is just the first part of the subparagraph C there, that default service should be designed to be a safety net. And Chairman Vos, I think you asked one of the speakers earlier whether the utilities or the commission have a duty to protect that. And I think that's an important question that this committee should consider in this legislation. As a safety net, as a last resort sort of option for everybody, that's kind of a very important consideration. And one of the previous speakers asked the question, will this raise rates? And the answer is this will raise rates for people on default service. And with that, what the department is concerned about is a sort of default service death spiral. And what I mean by that is as costs go up for default service rates and people leave default service and go to competitive suppliers, community power, whether towns adopt the community power program, that leaves certain customers on default service. And they can remain on default service for any number of reasons. It could be lack of sophistication in energy markets, inability to obtain competitive supply like a credit, it could be anything. And by that term, default service death spiral, eventually it'll only be a few people left on that default service. And if all of these charges are to go onto those few, that's a burden that I think we should be considering as policymakers. The other sort of aspect that's been discussed today that I just wanted to touch on was sort of this idea of default service as a competition. I'm not sure that was sort of the intent of this safety net of default service that the legislature laid out in restructuring. The utilities are, I guess to put it in simple terms, they're ordered to provide default service in a certain way, and they do it. It's not necessarily a competition for them, as I believe Mr. Spidell testified to. It's just a pass through. They don't earn a profit on this. So I think kind of framing that this competition, competitive markets, a default service, I think that needs to be taken into account as well. I think that is all the notes I had for today. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the department? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we'll ask Mr. Michael Licata from Eversource to give us his take on this legislation. Welcome back. We've kept you busy today too, haven't we?
Well, I suppose you've all been busy as well. Thank you. Again, Michael Licata, representing Eversource Energy. Appreciate the opportunity to testify. Eversource is opposed to the bill before you today. I won't be duplicative with a lot of the comments that were raised by the Public Utilities Commission and Department of Energy, but I did want to highlight one or two issues. So first, again, as a base issue, we certainly agree that this is a very active adjudication currently before the Public Utilities Commission. There are technical sessions that have been held. There is a hearing scheduled. And so our view is that the legislature should not intervene and short circuit that regulatory process, but instead allow the commission the authority to make a determination based upon the merits presented before it by the various parties. In regards to the utility role in providing default service, so the first thing I would say is, as has been said, utilities do not profit on the provision of default service. We are completely agnostic as to whether our customers take default service or get their energy supply from a third party or community aggregation. In fact, when we do have a change in rates, we actively promote third-party options to our customers as a way that they can achieve savings, whether that's through long-term contracts available to them or different offerings in the marketplace that the utility cannot offer. As has been said, the utilities are ordered by the Public Utilities Commission to procure default service in a very specific manner. In response to the price spikes in 2022 and 2023, largely caused by the war in Ukraine, the Public Utilities Commission focused very much on the concept of a risk premium, that utilities, through our default service procurements, where we would go out every 6 months, procure load following energy for all default service customers at a fixed price, that the suppliers who were responding to that were building in a risk premium because they did not want to get caught short in the market. If the market rates again spiked as they did in response to the Ukraine war, the supplier would be financially harmed, so they would build in a risk premium into the responses. They're acting responsibly and protecting their financial interest as any company would. So to get at that issue, the utilities were directed by the Public Utilities Commission, and you heard Commissioner Chattopadhyay speak at length about this during the orientation, to procure a certain portion of default service directly from the market, termed self-supply. But what essentially is making real-time day-ahead purchases on behalf of our customers. And so at first, we were directed to procure 12.5% into the marketplace. That was the last rate period. This current rate period, it's 30%, and there's talk, there's direction to go potentially up to 50%, so half in the market. How that's done is because obviously the rates don't fluctuate every day, every week, every month, we set a proxy price for what we believe the market cost will be over that term. And the way that that market price was set was, again, directed by the Public Utilities Commission. It was not something developed by the utilities. So we have a construct where our regulator has told us we have to make market purchases. We have to set a market price based upon their specific criteria. And so that is how we are providing default service today. And so if the cost of the actual procurement exceeds or is less than that proxy market price, at the end of each year, we reconcile that. And so what we have proposed and is currently before the Public Utilities Commission is that because in our view, all customers benefit from the provision of default service, whether it is as been discussed, a safety net, a backstop, if customers for credit worthiness or for another reason aren't able to access third-party supply, default service is there for them. If a supplier is unable to fill its obligations and those customers have to come back to default service, it is there for them. And so in our view, all customers do receive a benefit of that essentially social safety net that default service provides. And so we felt it was appropriate to flow that over or under recovery back to all customers through a non-bypassable charge. I do want to point out just two other quick things with the bill. One is if you see this through to a possible hypothetical where the utility has been directed to make these procurements and there is an under recovery, and because we have been directed by PUC order, those procurements are deemed just and reasonable and prudent. If, to use the hypothetical that the Department of Energy used, we had a default service debt spiral and all customers had left default service, this bill would prohibit us from being able to recover those prudently incurred costs from another portion of the bill, which would create essentially an illegal construct. It has been found by the United States Supreme Court that utilities are entitled to recover prudently incurred costs. The other issue that I just wanted to flag, and this is more specific, is just kind of the arbitrary nature of lines 12 and 13 that utilities must recover these overcollections through default service rates over no more than 1 year. I'm not sure what the genesis of that language is, what benefit it provides, but it seems to be taking a significant amount of flexibility, even if the bill were to go forward, away from the Public Utilities Commission to make a determination of the best way to recover these charges to benefit customers. And so with that, happy to answer any questions that I can.
Do you have an alternative time period to suggest, or do you just think that that should be left up to the commission?
We're opposed to the bill as a whole and don't think that it should move forward, but we do think if it were to move forward, there should not be a time period. It should be left to the commission to make that determination.
Thank you. Further questions for Mr. Licata? Representative McGee?
It's sort of a follow-on to yours. It's another thought that I'm having on the same thing, which is we're saying maybe the commission will decide that as part of the rate case that's persisting there now. But I guess my question would be, what would be the normal course of action for recovering these types of costs? Would it depend on how large they are, or do you have a regular cycle that it would go over that's beyond a year?
Yeah, so we are in, I'll just say the normal course, we are in a little bit of uncharted territory. As I said, this is a relatively new development that the utilities are being directed to set these proxy prices and have this reconciliation. Certainly, I think it's important not to set up a construct that could lead to price spikes in default service. So if there was a large under collection, it may be best for customers to allow for the recovery of that over a longer period of time than if there was a smaller under collection. And I would note, as has been mentioned, it works both ways. If we sort of over recovered because the proxy price was set too high and the market prices came in a bit lower, all customers would benefit from getting revenues returned to them.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll next ask Matthew Fossum of the Office of the Consumer Advocate to give us his perspective. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Yes, my name is Matthew Fossum, and I am the Assistant Consumer Advocate, and I hope you'll indulge me for just 30 seconds while I give you a little bit of my personal history, just so that I can give you I know a bit about what I speak. I was once upon a time, 15-ish years ago, employed as a staff attorney with the Public Utilities Commission. And after that time, spent about a decade working for two of the state's investor-owned utilities, including a large portion of my time on behalf of Eversource, and including through the time that it divested its generation. So I've been doing this a bit of time, and I found my way back to state service a little over a year ago, and I'm now the Assistant Consumer Advocate. With that little preamble, I'll say the Office of Consumer Advocate is here to support House Bill 760, and for a few reasons, and I'll lay those out very quickly, and also I hope to respond to a bit of the other issues I've heard this afternoon. First, I'll say the office is aligned very much with the comments you heard from Representative Garrity on the reasons why this bill is worthy of your support. 760, broadly speaking, assigns costs to those who cause them. At the end of the day, there may be over collections, there may be under collections, but yeah, I have a hard time imagining that a substantial under or over collection is ever going to be caused by the residential ratepayers of any utility. In fact, the docket 24112 mentioned by Mr. Spidell a little bit ago has to do with Eversource's under collection of close to $7 million from its large customer class that it's looking to socialize, including onto residential customers. Now, maybe socializing costs would have been more acceptable back before migration really took hold, and maybe even before community power became what it is today, where largely default service customers were the same customers as those who took all 9 bypassable charges. But that's not the case. Customers have moved on. They should be expected to pay for the costs they cause, but not for the costs that others do. Now, you've heard, I'll address one thing very quickly. Mr. Spidell brought up Part 2 and the elimination of some of the provisions of RSA 374 F3 Roman 5. I'll note the language that's added at lines 4 and 5 addresses much of that. So it's not really going away, it's just been moved. And as for the elimination of subpart F, that has to do with renewable energy offerings by the utilities. I was part of the Eversource crew that did away with Eversource's last offering in that because nobody took them. They were offered by utilities for over a decade, had no customers. That language is fine to be eliminated. One of the things that I most particularly wanted to address, and I'm grateful to be able to do it in this order, or in having spoken after both the PUC and the Department of Energy, is, and as well as Eversource, is that I feel like there's an awful lot of finger pointing in various directions that's not really getting us anywhere. The PUC has said that they've established a series of proxy prices, and they have directed the utilities to procure service in line with those proxy prices. I don't know how they've developed those proxy prices. Mr. Spidell has even told you that they haven't shown them to anybody. They've developed them in-house. So they're saying, well, we've developed a thing, utilities go and do it, and the utilities say, okay, we've done a thing we were told to do. And everybody is saying, so we've just done what we were told to do, And if there's a bunch of money that is left out there to be dealt with, that falls to the customers to deal with, regardless of whose fault it is, whose decision it was, how those prices came to be what they are. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. As I said at the outset, customers should be expected to pay for the costs they cause. Residential customers are, by and large, not the cause of these costs, and they shouldn't be expected to bear them. And finally, I guess I'll get to the issue of the potential for a death spiral. So you've heard testimony this afternoon that I believe it was 99 times out of 100, it would be an over collection to be returned rather than under collection to be further collected from customers. If that's the case, then I don't think there should be any concern about a death spiral. There'll always be extra money. But to the extent that there is a concern about a death spiral, there's nothing about this legislation that I can tell that removes the ability of the PUC to further augment how it is that utilities procure and provide default service. If they're seeing that they're developing large undercollections, they can deal with that. The utilities can improve their forecasting and improve their rate setting. There are ways to deal with these issues that don't have to put costs on residential consumers. So with that, I think that's all I had, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that testimony. Questions for Mr. Fossum? Well, seeing none, want to thank you.
Guess I did a good job. Thank you.
I'll call, yes, you did a very good job. So I'll call next on David Creer from Constellation Energy. Welcome. Haven't seen you in a while.
Gosh, I don't feel that old, but I'm seeming that old. So thank you, committee, for having me. My name is David Creer. I am with Constellation. A lot of what's been said already in support of this bill, I should say we support the bill. We echo those comments. I do want to touch on just a couple of things from our perspective. One is the matter of these undercollections or overcollections being put on non-bypassable charges. Obviously, as a competitive supplier, that means our customers are going to unfairly pay what are essentially supply charges, even though they are getting their supply from us and not from default service. True, it may be possible that they would get those the benefits if the prices are actually decreased or below what that proxy price is. But we think what's more likely than not is that there's going to be swings in both directions. So sometimes they'll be benefiting, sometimes they won't be. It leads to customer confusion, and it's not great. The whole reason you pick a competitive supplier is to not pay the default service price. I do want to add that from our perspective, we actually would like to see this bill go a little bit further. The crux of this bill is to prevent those reconciliations from being on the non-bypassable charges. We think this issue in itself would actually be reduced if we prevented the current plan of procuring default supply on the wholesale, or not the, I'm sorry, the day ahead and real-time markets run by ISO New England. The problem here is that default service, as many, even the PUC admitted, this is supposed to be of last resort. And so by that nature, you would like that to be a stable price, that is a reasonable price, and then people can shop around for a different price if they don't like the default service. By purchasing on the wholesale market, what you're doing is basically introducing a variable rate. And sure, for the last year, wholesale, those markets have been relatively inexpensive, largely due because natural gas prices have been decreasing. But if a country invades another country and natural gas prices increase all of a sudden, the ratepayers pay all of that. Whereas under the current system, suppliers are taking that risk. So if there is, I mean, lack for a better term, if there's an undercollection, it's us who has to bear that cost. It's not the ratepayer. And so I just wanted to also kind of clarify that if this bill passes and the PUC's plan or proposal of procuring more and more on the ISO New England markets comes to fruition, you're actually going to see large swings in that price of default service because they have to recover those costs from somewhere or give credit to those costs from somewhere. So if they undercollect massively and they have to put those costs into the supply portion of the bill, you're going to create essentially an artificial supply price that isn't reflective of what the New England markets are actually showing. And so then that would cause a really high default service price and you get mass migration off of default service. And then in the next 6 months, well, now they've undercollected. And so it's really low. And then everyone leaves their competitive supplier back to default service. And this makes it extremely hard to hedge prices. And it ends up costing everyone more money as those hedging risk premiums are increased to account for that type of migration. I think with that, I'll leave it alone and see if there's any questions for me.
Okay. Any questions? Representative McGee.
I would like to know why every single presenter has brought us more and different information. So your points are very well taken that that it is about how this is going to affect the market as a whole. And you said that that Constellation is in support of the bill. I'm assuming for the support for competitive markets that it would bring to the suppliers that are really trying to create that competition, which helps to be a hedge and drive prices down. But to your point about what might happen in a bit of a, not a roller coaster, but sort of a back and forth seesaw within the market for under and overcharges affecting the perceived default service rate as fluctuating significantly. I'm sure that's a concern as well for the utilities and the Public Utilities Commission. So in your assessment of this, and you're falling down on the side of supporting the bill, why do you think that passing this legislation would assist the market more than it would harm the concerns that have been raised already this afternoon?
Yeah, that's a great question. And in the interest of time, it is in my written testimony, but we did have a couple of suggestions for improvements, what we believe are improvements to the bill. The first one, which I want to address, is on line 3 of the bill. It says, which really repeats language that's already in existing law and then adds some things which I'll get to. It says default service should be designed to provide a safety net. And then it says, and it kind of gives the bill adds some language to kind of clarify the purpose of default service and how it should be designed to minimize customer risk, not unduly harm the development of competitive markets, and mitigate against price volatility. Our suggestion is to take the word should there in line 3 and make that a shall. So it is a requirement for default service to minimize customer risk, not unduly harm the development of competitive markets, and mitigate against price volatility. If that's a requirement, then procuring on the ISO New England markets would not really be available because it fails all 3 of those. It would only introduce volatility and it would not minimize customer, it places risk on customers and also harms the competitive markets.
Was that number 1 or was that all you had to say?
Sorry. And then our second suggestion was just down in line 9, where they have added some language for default service, the prudently incurred costs arising from securing default service for purchase of power, capacity, ancillary services. We would add operational costs to that. So any costs associated with procuring default service itself, and then just add the word bypassable in line, I want to see where it is, line 10. So it'd be the bypassable default service charges. Just to really make clear that the any costs associated with procuring supply for their default service customers would then go into the supply portion of that bill.
Yes.
So would having it in the supply portion of the bill then make it easier for people to ascertain the accurate supply costs? Is that the reason that it would be beneficial to have it that way?
If you're talking about both of those changes that we suggest at the same time, yes. I think what this bill would do already is force the reconciliations to be in the supply portion because they can't be in the non-bypassable portion according to this. And so that's where the issue comes, where you're going to have kind of a false price if you're procuring on wholesale markets using a proxy price and then have to reconcile that in the next 6-month period. That reconciliation has to go somewhere. And if it could only legally go on the supply part, that's where it's going to start causing massive swings one way or the other. But both of our suggestions taken together, yes, that would then give an accurate depiction of what it actually costs to supply that customer, as opposed to delivery charges.
Which is the desire, I would assume.
Correct. Yes, because then we, when we give you a supply price, that includes all of our operational costs. That's the cost to generate the electricity, procure electricity, the RECs, everything. And so this would just make sure that all stays apples to apples when you're comparing your prices.
Thank you, that's great.
Yep.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Good to see you again. CPCNH is up next. Dina Dennis and this time Henry Herndon. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me back again. For the record, I'm Dina Dennis, and with me this afternoon is
Henry Herndon,
Director of Member Services.
Director of Member Services.
We're both with Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. The Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire supports House Bill 760 because it protects the continued viability of New Hampshire's competitive supply market by ensuring that customers of community power and competitive supply are not forced to subsidize utility supply rates. You've heard a number of pieces of information from folks today, so I want to touch on a couple of things and then also maybe respond to a few things that were said. I think that to address the issue that this committee and the legislature should wait to act because there's active adjudication, I would respectfully disagree with that. The legislature grants the authority of the commission and of the department, and they can take it, you all can take it away at any time. So I would encourage you to not wait and to act before this possibly happens and customers end up having to pay for costs that they did not incur. I'd also like to address the Eversource proposal in PUC docket DE 24-112 that's seeking cost recovery of a 6.5, I think it's now up to about $6.9 million in an undercollection from prior periods from the large customer group. Something that we learned relatively recently at a technical session in that case, and this is also included on page 3 of my testimony as a footnote, is that at least 4.3 million of that happened before community power aggregation programs launched. And one of the things that Eversource has said is that that 6.5 million under collection was largely attributed to community power aggregation when that is actually not the case. And then kind of going to the proxy price and the forecasting methodologies, you hear from the PUC and they're telling you the proxy price is likely going to result in an upside. And then you hear the DOE and they think it's likely going to raise rates. So which is it? Which is it going to be? And I think that's the point. It's a flip of a coin. Forecasts are always imperfect and you don't know what is going to come of it. And that's why there's risk management strategies that you can take. But we think that utilities may be understating electricity costs in their price forecasts. And as a result, supply rates have been anti-competitively priced underneath what competitive suppliers, including Community Power Coalition, anticipate the cost of service will be. And again, just want to underscore that artificially low utility supply rates will stop the growth of New Hampshire's competitive market in its tracks. And I'll just point out that this current rate period that we're in, starting February 1st, CBC&H had to actually increase our rates at the end of January. And part of that was due to an agreement that we had with a local generator that did not pan out. And we had to adjust some of our hedging strategy, and prices came in a little bit higher. But as a result of where we landed, we are having to pause the launch of 12 community power aggregation programs this spring. So those are all communities that have gone through the arduous process of working through their town energy committee and select boards, getting this. A lot of them were going to be going to town meeting next month, and now they're putting that on hold. So this is a big deal for us. This is a big deal for other competitive suppliers, and we can't let this precedent be set. So again, passing House Bill 760 will demonstrate the legislature's commitment to the goals of the Restructuring Act, that greater customer choice and market competition are the preferred means to pursue efficiency and cost savings, and protect competitive supply customers from being penalized and forced to subsidize the mistakes of the monopoly. So thank you for your time.
And thank you for your information. Questions for the Community Power Coalition? Seeing none, we'll move along. And next we'll call on Howard Callett from Rye, New Hampshire. Good afternoon, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Howard Callett. I'm from Rye, New Hampshire. I'm a co-chair of the Energy Committee. And we were in the first round of towns that adopted CPC&H as our supplier of choice. So I guess the key points I want to stress to kind of go after what's in my heart is that presently I feel as if utilities have an unfair advantage in how to source supply. As a result of that, it's going to be non-competitive for anybody who's not a utility to be a supplier. And that's really what it comes down to. We saw what happened over recent years where in the case of Rye has saved $500,000 since we adopted CPC&H as our supplier of choice. And for a small town of Rye, that is a huge, huge number. At the same time, we have seen double-digit increases in taxation. So it puts even more emphasis on saving money. And anything that's anti-competitive just works in the wrong direction. Case of over-collections, I view that as like tax returns. It's nice to get a little extra money at the end of the year, in April, May, whenever you get your tax return, which would reduce future rates if that was the case, and rather than to pay up front and then share those proceeds with everybody. It just doesn't seem right. And, just in summation, New Hampshire has historically high rates for electricity as you look across the country. This potentially limits our state to prosper. As we know, there's an ever-increasing demand for electricity in all of what we do, whether it's manufacturing, AI technology, computerization. There's an expansion in electrification for heating. And lastly, we shouldn't forget electric vehicles. So there's more and more electric demand as we go forward. We need to get this right. We need to have it competitive for all. And that's why I urge you to support H. Bill 760 to preserve competitive electric suppliers for all in the state of New Hampshire. I thank you for the opportunity to share my comments.
Well, we thank you for bringing them to us. all the way from Rye. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Callett? Representative McGee.
I guess I'll just ask, when did you start with the Community Power Coalition that you've realized
In March.
that much savings was, what did you say?
Well,
500?
it was really in March is when we kicked off, but
Okay.
April, just under 2 years ago. So we were in the first wave of towns to endorse CPC&H as our supplier.
Thank you. And I believe I saw you submitted online testimony, right? I received something
well,
from,
I did not, but I urged our select board to
That's who
consider
sent it then.
submitting, and yes, they did.
okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Callett. Appreciate your being here.
Thank you.
We'll give the last word on this legislation to Cliff Samot of Exeter, New Hampshire, representing the Exeter Energy Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Voss and members of the committee. It's a heavy burden to have the last word, I guess. But there have been a lot of words, and I've been here for a while this afternoon, and I realized that I may be a little over my depth here with the excellent testimony that's been made. I represent the Exeter Energy Committee. I'm the chairman of that committee, and and here to express our strong support for this bill. As we see it, it sort of clarifies what the limited purpose of the default service is supposed to be, and it would prohibit that cost shifting that has been, discussed and described earlier in this hearing. Seems to us that it makes some common sense, straightforward changes in the language of the statute, especially when it comes to how default service is to be procured. Our sense is that the recent changes at the PUC directing this change in procurement that would introduce wholesale market components to that comes with quite a lot of risk. And as Representative Garrity said so well at the beginning of this hearing, that risk, in our opinion, should rest with the people who are either benefiting or being harmed by that risk. We presume that the change from the PUC is being recommended, being proposed to avoid that risk premium that Mr. Licata referred to. And that's fine. But what's not fine is attributing that risk to all customers. That sort of violates that principle that the risks should lie with those causing it. One further concern that we have is that this setup that allows the risk to be socialized, to be spread, sort of creates an incentive to underestimate the cost of the default service, and when sort of moral hazard territory. And I think that that's something that is just not a good idea and not necessary. We think that, as the CPC&H just said, that would have the effect of undermining the viability of community power. And as with Rye, Exeter was in the first group of communities that started community power with CPC&H, and we have seen similar benefits, really kind of startling benefits. In our time with CPC&H, we've seen a net savings for our customers of $1.3 million, average of $400 per customer over that 2.5-year period. It's been a win-win for us And we would hate to see anything happen because of PUC policy or otherwise that would undermine it, undermine the viability of it. And so we would urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Samant? Seeing none. That's the last pink card I have, so we're going to close the public hearing on House Bill 760 FN. And before we leave for the day, I just want to let everybody know where we stand. As next week, of course, will be a vacation week, a week off. We won't be meeting at all. And so we won't be back here until March the 3rd. And as it stands right now, on March the 3rd, we will need to have an executive session on 4 bills that are early bills that need to be to the clerk by March 5th. Those are HB 219, HB 567, HB 696, and HB 764. So we will definitely have an exec session on Monday, March 3rd. In addition to that, as I look through the list of bills, I see that we only have 3 bills remaining that need a public hearing. So that same day, Monday, March 3rd, we will have public hearings on the final 3 bills to come before us. Tuesday, we very likely will meet again to have exec session because at that point, we will have heard all the bills. And so we probably need to have some work sessions and exec sessions to figure out what to do with the rest of the bills. So that is the tentative plan. I hope you all enjoy your week off next week, and we'll see you Thursday in session. Thank you, everybody.
Excuse me, Chair. 1 minute, Chair.
Yes, Representative Ploget.
Yes, you asked for the.
Yes, the numbers. Please give them to us. Thank you.
Thank you. The blue sheet for 692, 4 in favor, none opposed. On line, 78 in favor, 3 opposed. HB 755, the blue sheet, 6 in favor, 1 opposed. On line, 98 in favor, 1 opposed. HB 761, blue sheet, 2 in favor, none opposed. On line, 106 in favor, 1 opposed. House Bill 759, blue sheet, 3 in favor, none opposed. On line, 103 in favor, 1 opposed. And the final, HB 760, blue sheet, 2 in favor, 1 opposed. On line, 119 in favor, 3 opposed. And thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ploget. Now we're officially done. So thank you, everyone, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.